You feel me?
They don't know that I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that I'm gonna be your mind tonight. Born on this planet full of hate, inherited from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know that I'm gonna hit them with this shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. They don't know. necessary ingredients, but we do. Check it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it.
Check 1 2.
We got what you want, you can have it.
1 2 1 2
We
1
got
2.
what you need, you want
What's up?
it.
We back. Feel you want it. We got what you want. Now break down. In this place they call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth.
Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you might find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts.
Oh shit, I love this track. All right, so yeah, that track is called We Got What You Need. We Know What You Want. Yeah, We Got What You Need. That's what it's called. It's on YouTube Music, Spotify, I guess Tidal, and all these other most of the music streaming platforms. Look it up under the artist name Empirical. That's my artist name. So for those that don't know, yeah, I do dabble in some music, and I've been doing that for like the last 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Grew up, born and raised in Washington, D.C., and I spent a lot of time listening to music. Let me tell you, as a DJ, I was a DJ pretty much all of my younger life, from the time I was like 16 and on till like in my till 30, I was DJing pretty much and making music, DJing, and then I segued into doing music, you know what I mean? So I was lucky enough to meet some really cool cats and be able to do a lot of music, and develop my music, over time. And so yeah, blessings with the music and everybody I've been able to work with over the years. Big up. Matter of fact, it's a cat named Fumi Ononanaye, New Yorker, but Nigerian, born New Yorker, you know what I'm saying? Passed away, I think was it this year or was it just last year? I found out late. But Fumi was a wonderful DJ, man. Excellent DJ, man. Really groovy dude. Yeah, loving brother. Yeah, just straight up dude, man. The kind of guy that no matter what, he can meet you where you at on your level. You know what I'm saying? Fumi was really great. And a lot of cats know Fumi. Great music sense as a DJ. Wonderful music sense. And I actually learned a lot from him. But so anybody that knows Fumi out of New York City, crazy cool Nigerian DJ, yeah, he passed away just in the last, what was it? I think it's just in the last year or so. I'm just finding out about it. So my buddy just found out about it and sent me a link, and we were just looking at it the other day. But yeah, New York's got a lot of hip cats, hip artists. You know what I'm saying? Hip art scene. Hip DJ scene, you know what I'm saying? DJs from a lot of different places. So it's a good place to learn how to curate your music knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Put together your knowledge of music and to be able to experiment, man. Music is really hot coming out of New York. But it's up to you how you do it. But in any case, what's not hot? Politics is not hot. And politics is what I do over here, pretty much, because believe it or not, everything is political, but the more extreme things get, the more political things get. I think the more chaotic your reality is, the more political things are. You see what I mean? Because the two go hand in hand, What you write with the pen, you will live out in your life as a citizen. What is written with the pen. So every single thing you living out, just remember when that little teenager pulls out that gun and shoots somebody else, that was written in legislation, and you may not understand what I mean, but I do, because I was born and raised in that kind of situation. Not born and raised, but as a teenager, I had to deal with that kind of situation. And when I started traveling outside of the U.S., I realized, damn, that's not everybody's reality. You don't always have to worry about what's running up on you and shit like that all the goddamn time, and people in the U.S. get used to that. We get used to people desecrating graves. How boring is that? African American got to get your grave desecrated. That's boring. Isn't that boring? I mean, we've been through it all. It's not even exciting anymore. It's like, what's next? Why don't you just let off a fucking nuclear bomb? How about that? Let's up the ante when it comes to, torturing American citizens and hatred. You see what I mean? Why don't we do something new? You know what I'm saying? Go back, outdo Waco, Texas. How about that? Outdo Waco, Texas, outdo Oklahoma. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm really, sometimes when I just think about the fact that I've been living outside of the U.S. and traveled to places, I just got to tell you, the United States of America, they have a fucking problem with racism. The United States of America has a fucking problem with racism. And they just can't fucking fix it. They can't get over it. And again, it's not I don't think it's such an accident, you know, because it's not like the history is different across the Americas. The history is the same. There's a colonial history there. But the United States of America, we just haven't come to terms with it. We don't talk that language. You see what I mean? Our natives are doing worse than other people's natives. You see what I'm saying? In the Americas, our people are doing worse. You know, our people are doing worse. And, you know, it's just so pathetic now. Outside, I realize there's also a difference when, you know, people in the United States of America are descendants of colonialists, descendants of natives, and descendants of Africans that were brought there, right? Pretty much. And then other immigrants who came after, right? So that's what the United States is, but it's never confronted this colonial history. African Americans have never gotten an apology for slavery. So that shows you the U.S. has not really confronted its history. I'm talking about the population. The people haven't really confronted it. And I'm going to tell you, you live it out in your mind. The fact that you haven't confronted it produces exactly what you have. Crazy ass people who really are just stuck up on race, violence, guns, hate. They hate fucking education for all in the United States of America. You can't do that. That's like a no-no. That's Satan. Education for all is Satan in the United States. Medicare for all is Satan. Healthcare for all is Satan. You're evil. You're considered a barbarian if you do that. But if you starve a few million people and kick some people out of their house, that's considered patriotic in the United States of America. You know, it's still classism. People act like, I just wonder, man. I just wonder, man. You know, when are people good? Don't get it wrong. It's not only the descendants of slaves that suffer. It's not that. Listen, the people that are the descendants of colonialists, they really, really fucking suffer because they have to spend all this time explaining why they exist there. And they do it in some funny ass ways, like hating on other people. That's how they do it. That's how they, you know, see, there's a fight there because that fight is they're so caught up on other immigrants and they're so caught up on black African Americans and they're so caught up on this thing. Yo, I'm telling you, you can only have that sickness when you have not dealt with your own colonial history. That's what it is. That's what it is. And I know this because I've lived outside and listen, you know, people that live in their native country, they don't tend to suffer like this. I know I'm generalizing a little bit, but look, let's just talk about Europeans. Who's doing well? Is it the descendants of Europeans, the descendants of the colonialists, or is it the Europeans that live in their own native lands? I'm just saying, generally speaking. Europeans that live in their own native lands, they pretty much all have universal health care. They pretty much ain't walking around with the mental thing about, do I belong? How do I have to prove I belong here? They don't have to do that. They have their own language. United States of America, these fucking, you know, people that are out there, Donald Trump, you are my daddy. I'll do anything to make you happy. They have to prove they belong. You know, they're constantly trying to do it. And since they can't really prove it, they don't feel good about it. If they took another perspective on life, they would fit right in and just say, hey, man, we're all the same. We're all human beings. But that's not the perspective they take. They take the colonial perspective still. And that one means they have to justify every fucking thing. They have to justify why they belong and other people don't. And that's what you see. And that's what you hear in the United States of America. Can you imagine that there are some Americans that don't seem to understand that you are not better than other people? I mean, there's some Americans that think they're better than other Americans. There are some Americans that think They are better than other Americans. Isn't that fucking ironic? Isn't that fucking ironic? And that's the colonial history in your face that you haven't dealt with. Because let me tell you, you are not. You are not. Okay? And if you look at places where they don't have to prove they belong, they're getting so much more done. They're cooperating on such a higher level, you know? And look, let me tell you, the Europeans in Europe, they're different from their descendants in the United States. They're starkly different. Their politic is starkly different. They don't believe the same shit. And that's why Donald Trump picked up and started threatening European nations. That's really what it's about, because nobody would back him up if they believed the same shit. If the European descent believed the same shit as the Europeans, they would have impeached Donald Trump. But they don't. They back Donald Trump up attacking Europeans. That's what they fucking did. You see? And so, yeah. And that shit gets boring. That shit gets boring, I'm going to tell you. But thank God I don't have to live it outside of the United States of America. As an American citizen, I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family goes back on both sides to the colonial period. So I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've lived it. I was born in it. In the United States. My father I'm the first generation to grow up not in a segregated Washington, D.C. My father's generation, it was segregated. It was segregated. He had to become a grown ass man before it was desegregated. You see what I'm saying? I'm actually the first generation to grow up in a desegregated D.C. So these things, this colonial shit is very present in the United States of America. And it's because, and you could tell because they have a chip on their fucking shoulder. They have a chip on their fucking shoulder. Always a chip about somebody else. Always a chip about somebody else. You know, can't just learn to live and let live. You ain't any better. Everybody's a human being. Everybody deserves justice and fairness. Just haven't quite gotten there yet. And I know exactly what it is. I know exactly what it is. You see what I mean? And I'm going to tell you, until Americans, the largest population of Americans figure this out, your country will stay fucked up. And you will go down. You will go down. I'm just telling you, you will go down. You know, now, having said all that, we do have other things to discuss. That was my opening monologue. I hope you liked it. I hope you liked it. Yo, click the like button. Don't forget to click the like button. All right. So let's see here. We have some other shit going on here in the United States also. It's election time, and there's a lot going on, as a matter of fact. But there's a topic that just keeps coming up, and the topic is democracy. I'll tell you, democracy is a big topic coming up right now. But another big topic that goes right along with that conversation about democracy is the situation with the United States and Israel and politicians and AIPAC money. That is becoming a big topic. And, you know, me, I have a certain, I live in a country where all this kind of PAC money, private money, corporate money, shit like this coming into the political sphere, it's very limited. It's very limited. It's not that much corruption in Denmark. Denmark, yeah. It's just the laws are different. The laws are different. The United States, again, I told you, you write it with the pen and it shall be. You write it with the pen and it shall be. And the United States has written it different. The laws differently with the pen, their representatives. And so they allow all kinds of corporate corruption to just, not just corporate, but even foreign influence. And AIPAC is foreign influence. It's foreign influence, right? So you could describe it however you want, but it has something to do with another country outside of the United, you know, a country that's not the United States of America. And that country is called Israel, right? So they spend a lot of lobbying money, and they're not the only ones, but they spend a whole lot. And it just kind of makes you wonder. It makes you wonder, are they interfering in what would be normally domestic policy in the United States? Also, not just international policy. That's bad too, to interfere in that, to have such a strong role in it. But domestic policy, because our domestic policy in the U.S. is fucked up. And listen, when you think about folks that have influence in our country, people that have influence over our politicians, right? Don't we want them to make comments about the state of our democracy? If people are our friends, don't we want our friends to care about how we're doing too? Doesn't that have something to do with it? Or do we just need any old kind of friend? What if I mean, look at it right now. We're making friends with the strangest fellows. We're friends with China, right? We're friends with Russia, right? We're friends with Israel, and we're against everybody else. That just changed. Right now, our global index for democracy, the United States, we're listed lower than fucking Russia and China right now. Did you know that? And yeah, in some ways, we're listed lower right now. That's insane. And it is because of the state of our democracy. And that, I'm just telling you, that's insane. It is insane. It's also based on perception, people's perception. Americans feel like that more Americans feel like they live in an undemocratic society than Russians and Chinese. That is some new data, and that shit is fucking crazy. That means loads of Americans are completely dissatisfied because, trust me, people are dissatisfied in Russia. It's not like everybody's fucking happy, right? But when it comes to norms, Americans increasingly feel like they have no handle on their democracy. Their vote is not counting. The representation for the people, this kind of thing. It just doesn't seem. It seems like the corporations are having all the say. The people are basically having none right now. But let's take a look at that. I want to bring up that report that was just released again, but I want to start here first with this situation about AIPAC. So let's go there.
When it comes to public opinion in the United States, look at this. Americans say they are not confident when it comes to Netanyahu and world affairs. Look at this. In 2023, the not confident percentage was 42. Up significantly, up like a rocket, up to 59%. That's a nearly 20-point movement in just 3 years' time, and now the majority of Americans say they are not confident when it comes to Bibi Netanyahu and world affairs. And we're not just talking Democrats here. We're talking the entire American public, nearly 3 in 5.
All right. Well, let's talk about the partisan breakdown here, because there are two interesting stories going on at the same time.
Yeah, there are two interesting stories. You might think that this might be a story of young Democrats moving significantly against Israel and moving against Bibi Netanyahu. But in fact, there is a twist to the numbers here. Yes, it is young Democrats, but it's actually older Democrats who are more likely to say that they're not confident when it comes to Bibi Netanyahu and world affairs. Look at this. Among Democrats under the age of 50, it's 73%. But look at this. Look among Democrats 50 years and older. It's actually larger. It's 81%. And both of these numbers are up significantly from where they were in 2023. But it's actually older Democrats leading the charge, many of whom are not on social media.
Yeah, and again, just to point out here, this is not confident in
This
Benjamin
is not
Netanyahu.
confident. They are not confident in Bibi Netanyahu.
Hey, let's talk about Republicans, too, because it's interesting, sort of the dichotomy we see here.
Yeah, okay. So, I said you might have expected younger Democrats to be leading the charge and not being confident in Bibi Netanyahu. But in fact, it was older Democrats. But look at the reverse here. Look among Republicans, because here there is a massive age split. And look at this. Republicans who are not confident in Bibi Netanyahu. Look at this. Younger Republicans, nearly 3 in 5. We're talking 58% compared to 30.
So there it is. That is interesting. Older Republicans are the biggest group of Israel supporters. That's what I see in that data right there. I mean, is that looking right? Let me just bring this back. Let me know what you think about that new data. Of course, I don't know where CNN's getting this polling from. But this is the polling they're listing, right? So let me just pull this back so we can just see that one more time.
When it comes to Netanyahu and world affairs, look at this. In 2023, the itself was a major problem when it comes to public opinion in the United States. Look at this. Americans say they are not confident when it comes to Netanyahu and world affairs. Look at this. In 2023, they are not confident when it comes.
Yeah, I see you, Noel. What's up, everybody? Bug, I see you. Noel, Joe Jack, what's up? Eric, there you go, Eric. What's up?
comes to Netanyahu and world.
Matt, I see you too, man. Yeah, exactly. Matt says maybe that's why my kids go to Japan every 3 months to get away from here and realize, hey, man, that's advisable. Mental sanity, a place to go and have a tranquil existence, right? Yeah, that's advisable because the United States, man, I'm sorry, but it's not mentally healthy to be in that country. It's not mentally healthy, and I just got to say it. It is not a peaceful country. It's not a peaceful existence inside of that country. And when you pay taxes, that much taxes, I'm sorry, that's exactly what the government is supposed to be assisting in. Forging a direction together with its population, right, on how to make a more peaceful and civil society, right, and how to do it without oppressing people. You see what I'm saying? How you do it by supporting families with tax money instead of ripping them down and apart with tax money. You see what I mean? And other countries have figured it out better than the United States of America. It's just that simple. They got it. Other countries are doing, as far as that, at least they know the correct direction. The United States still hasn't figured it out. And you know how you know it? Because so many Americans are unhappy, yet they're the richest country on earth. I wonder what's missing there. Look
at this. It's Netanyahu.
Richest country on earth. They get out there desecrating African Americans' fucking tombstones. If you were so happy, why would you do that? If you're so happy, why would you be talking about immigrants every fucking day if you were so happy? It's because you're not happy. If you were so happy, why were you bitching about Kamala Harris and Biden less than 2 years ago? It's because you're not happy. And guess what? The data is worse now. So don't nobody play that bullshit about you're happy. You are not happy. You're actually fucked up. You just can't figure it out because you have a mental disorder. Okay? You can't figure it fucking out. That's sad because you don't take pointers from other Western countries who have been your allies. That is dumb. That is dumb. It doesn't take a genius to figure it out. Make sure everybody has a fair opportunity. Okay? Make sure everybody has a fair opportunity of getting an education and getting a fucking job that pays, at least is like a half an hour close to where they live. You know what I'm saying? And where they can pay their bills. You see what I mean? Make sure everybody gets health care. The richest country on earth per person, per capita, can do that. You see what I mean? And that is so crazy. That is so crazy. That's why you do it. So people, have a little bit of time to think. Instead, they want to whip people and keep people running and struggling every fucking day. That doesn't create peace and tranquility, man. The United States is, I'm sorry, it's chaos. It's fucking chaos. You know what I'm saying? It's chaos. It's not safe. It's not safe. That's
was a major problem when it comes to public opinion in the United States. Look at this. Americans say they are not confident when it comes to Netanyahu and world affairs. Look at this. In 2023, the not confident percentage was 42. Up significantly, up like a rocket, up to 59%. That's a nearly 20-point movement in just 3 years' time. And now the majority of Americans say they are not confident when it comes to Bibi Netanyahu and world affairs. And we're not just talking Democrats here. We're talking the entire American public, nearly 3 in 5.
All right. Well, let's talk about the partisan breakdown here because
Matt said it depends on the age group. Boomers are pretty satisfied. We got ours. It's the young people that can't buy a house. Yeah, that's true. But when you're a boomer and you know this about the rest of the society and you're happy with that, something's not right with you. Boomers ain't supposed to feel happy, even if they have it better. You're supposed to feel sorry for your country, even though you're a boomer. You're supposed to be extremely concerned, even though you're a boomer. You see what I'm saying? There's always going to be some that have more, but how do they think? That's some that has more. How do they think? Do they think about others? That's the difference in how the countries work. The morals and ethics that's being taught in the country, and that's what's missing in the United States. And you see it right there, 30. Goddamn, it's like the strongest group for support to Israel is old ass Republicans. That's the strongest group. You know what I mean? And in a way, they're boomers too, right? But they support Israel more than they support their own fucking country, man. It's I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I know that there's nuances, and I know that there's different people, no matter what bracket you find them in, no matter what, age group, or no matter what ethnic group, or no matter what class, economic class. There's different kinds of people. They're not all one way, but I just think that if you go outside and you're witnessing, and and you hear constantly, you're hearing from everyone else. You're not disconnected from anybody else when you're a boomer. You're not disconnected to you. Don't you talk to other people that aren't boomers? When you see them outside, don't you see their struggle? Don't you hear what they're talking about? So for me, I don't see, I myself, I wouldn't be satisfied with that, because I would want to speak up for others. I would be speaking up for others, and that's what you got to do when you do have something. Speak up for those that don't. You see what I mean? And that's all I'm saying. Like, so I don't know if you feel good being a boomer right now and you good with yours. All right, maybe you don't mean it that way. I understand that. But if you're a boomer and you just good with yours, and it's like, I don't know, man, you got to be crying for the rest of your country. Cry for everyone else. You know what I mean? Very proud to be American. Okay, yeah. First generation. My parents came here with nothing and built a good life for themselves and their kids. Legal point of entry. Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that that's an excellent perspective to have, but that's not America. There's a lot of Americans struggling, and a lot of Americans have sacrificed for the country. And to be honest with you, I'm just saying this. My perspective is living outside as an American. I think a lot of times we're not thinking about Americans. We're not thinking about fellow Americans. When you go to Denmark, Danes are thinking about fellow Danes. You see what I mean? Americans aren't thinking about fellow Americans. That's a problem. That's a problem in ideology. And, that's where I think the issue, it really comes down to. I just think it's sad. It's sad. Listen, the longer you've been in the United States of America, right, the more history you know about America, the more you know about how much people have struggled to build the country and make the country what it is today. And let me tell you, a lot of those people ain't doing well at all. Their descendants. A lot of people that sacrifice for the United States of America and do things the right way ain't doing well at all in the United States of America. So it's important for us to understand our total, the overall view, the body, how the body is doing, and not just the finger. You know what I mean? Like, it's so important. Because if you don't care about other people's experience in the country, people that don't have it well, and trust me, doing well in the United States has nothing to do with following the rules. Plenty of people been following the rules, sacrificing, giving, doing the right thing, and really have a hard fucking serious time, man. And that's not right. It's just not right. So as Americans, we got to forge a new path. We got to forge a path where guess what? We're all equals. We're all the same. We all matter. Okay? We're all deserving. And we need to contribute to the body, for everybody to be deserving, because the opposite direction we have tried. Other countries have changed. You see what I mean? Other countries are changed in the West. Other countries in the West are not functioning with the same ideology as Americans are functioning with. Americans is individuality, me for myself. That's the law. That's how you do taxes. Taxes is, and for the rich. You know what I mean? That it creates too much individual, circumstance, and where one person has it good and they're walking through a blaze of fire watching people, suffer. Is that peace? Me, myself, I know it's not peace, because I enjoy leaving the house, going to work, having a nice, peaceful, transport to my job in the morning or in the night. I like going outside and feeling like I'm safe. Americans don't feel that way. Americans got to carry a fucking gun. Americans want to be in their car. They want to be distant from people. Americans are not feeling security about are they going to be in their home tomorrow, in their apartment tomorrow. Americans' security is at a low in the United States, man. Security is a low, and there's no Western country that is a socialist country. Matt, what's wrong with you? Oh, you say we're not socialist, and some countries need socialism, but do you? No, wrong. No, every Western country that Donald Trump turned away from and attacked is a capitalist country. It's not because you're not socialist, and it's not because you're capitalist. There's every other Western country is a capitalist country. That's a false and that's a lie, a narrative that's been spread through right-wing media and through greedy people. Okay? That's a lie. Every other Western country having universal health care and universal education doesn't make you a socialist country. Okay? The United States problem is that it has the most extreme form of capitalism in the Western world. That's the problem. It's not capitalism. It's how extreme it is. Okay? So, and that means you don't take care of each other. That's how extreme it is. And you're encouraged to not think about each other. That's what makes your society different. So what's in the paper is what you live out. What you wrote on paper is where your mind is. And that's what you see. You see, and it's not stable. It's chaos and it's chaotic and it's dangerous and it's insecure. Right? And if it wasn't, you wouldn't have so many police every fucking where. You know, goddamn, how much money you spend on police? Police at every place and shit. Danger. Schools getting shot up. Come on, man. Anyway, I ain't got enough time for that. If you haven't figured it out, you ain't figured it out. You keep it the way you want. I'm good. I like where my tax dollars go and how they're spent. So I'm with that. Big up to Denmark and other Western capitalist countries that have brains.
There are two interesting stories going on at the same time.
Yeah, there are two interesting stories. You might think that this might be a story of young Democrats moving significantly against Israel and moving against Bibi Netanyahu. But in fact, there is a twist to the numbers here. Yes, it is young Democrats, but it's actually older Democrats who are more likely to say that they're not confident when it comes to Bibi Netanyahu and world affairs.
So you see that older Democrats are less confident with Bibi Netanyahu. That's the voting bloc we're talking about. Older Democrats. Younger Democrats are still not liking Bibi. That's 73% younger Democrats. But 81% of older Democrats are tired of Bibi. That's because they've lived a long time supporting Israel and they're not seeing anything positive. That's why. But the younger people, it's still very, very high. But when it comes to Republicans, it's the younger people. The younger people are tired, and the older people are really, really cool with what's going on. It's insane.
Look at this among Democrats under the age
and I
of
think those are those boomers. Somebody was talking about boomers. It's the Republican boomers.
50. It's 73%. But look at this. Look among Democrats 50 years and older. It's actually larger. It's 81%. And both of these numbers are up significantly from where they were in 2023. But it's actually older Democrats.
Joe Jack said slogan went from protect and serve to ticket and fine. Yeah, exactly. What the fuck? You know, the United States of America is an extremist capitalist country. It's not a capitalist country. It's an extremist one. Okay. It is kin to sharecropping and slavery. It's more kin to that than it is the rest of the Western capitalist countries. All right. It's just that simple. And every other Western country in NATO is a capitalist nation. They just believe in universal health care and education. Very simple. And, and how do they do that? The same way you pay for your bombs for Israel. That's how they do it. It's through your tax dollars. That's how they do it. And guess what? Their societies are more peaceful than the United States of America. And what does that have? How does that change the quality of your life? It changes it a lot. But if you're an elitist and you want to live in a gated community and you cool with, you got your car, you just roll your windows up, disassociate from everything around you on your way to work. You used to driving into the jungle and then going home, leaving the jungle and then. But I ain't with all that shit, man. I'm sorry, man. I like to go outside and see the kids playing. People, clean air, everyone peaceful, everyone have enough. So that way nobody's looking to rob somebody. Nobody needs to go jack some shit just to pay the rent next month. Fuck all of that. Nobody needs their gun in Denmark. Nobody needs their gun in Denmark. Everybody needs their fucking gun in the U.S. It's like, man, I'm sorry, man. Look, the clear sign that the United States has not really left the colonial period, right? That its mindset is still stuck in that period. They haven't dealt with that mindset yet. Is the guns. Guns are every fucking where. And I'm a gun advocate myself, but it's only about the government. It's not about other people. It's only about if the rich people try to hurt everybody else. That's where I believe with guns. It's only about oppression. You see what I'm saying? Outside of that, I think it's sad. It's sad that we have so much guns distributed across our country. The United States of American citizens, we have more guns than the citizens of China and Russia put together. Except one thing is, like, I used to think we would use our gun to protect our democracy. I could see that I had a false idea. Americans don't. They don't do that. They use their guns to terrorize other Americans when it's election time. That's what they use their guns for. They don't use it to protect anybody from democracy. They got Elon Musk. They will give Elon Musk every fucking thing in the country. And he got 3 citizenships. There's nothing going on with nobody's gun in the United States of America that's about saving democracy. Period. Nothing about that. People are not even voting. 90% of people are not even voting. And the other ones don't even give a fuck about the others. That's what's going on in the United States of America. That's not normal. That's not normal. That's growing up in a hostile situation. You may as well call it a war zone pretty soon.
That's leading the charge, many of whom...
But I'm just saying there's no point in pretending like it's not, because that ain't normal. I'm just telling you, it's not normal. It's not normal. You can pretend like that's your idea of normal. It's not normal.
Are not on social media.
Yeah, and again, just to point out here, this is not confident in
This
Benjamin
is not
Netanyahu.
confident. They are not confident in Bibi Netanyahu.
Hey, let's talk about Republicans, too, because it's interesting, sort of the dichotomy we see here.
Yeah, okay. So, I said you might have expected younger Democrats to be leading the charge and not being confident in Bibi Netanyahu, but in fact, it was older Democrats. But look at the reverse here. Look among Republicans, because here there is a massive age split. And look at this. Republicans who are not confident in Bibi Netanyahu. Look at this. Younger Republicans, nearly 3 in 5, we're talking 58% compared to 30% of Republicans who are 50 and older. This, to me, is so fascinating because there is a massive age split within the Republican Party when it comes to Bibi Netanyahu and when it comes, of course, to Israel as well. And this, to me, is going to be very...
Look, so, hey, y'all. Look at Tom's Cornell's statement, y'all. Let me put this up here. Everybody got to check this out. Tom's probably a bot, but in any case, let's see it. I'm pretty sure Tom don't have nothing about himself on his page, but it's worth checking out. Let me pull this up so everybody can see it. Tom says, "Don't like America? Leave. Don't let the door hit you on your way back." Tom, I can see you don't listen to my program at all. Nobody, don't tell him nothing. Don't tell Tom nothing. Tom, that you just proved you don't listen to, you've never heard my program before. Thanks for letting us know that, Tom. Everybody else, don't worry about it. Don't worry about Tom.
Very interesting in the years to come, especially as we enter the 2028 primary season, where we're seeing this massive flip within the Republican Party on Israel. And is there going to be a candidate who comes out here and says, maybe we want to do a split and tries to appeal to younger?
Tom is a troll. That's how you know Tom has never heard my program. You see, but they send these right wingers, send these trolls over here. They pay to come to my page. They pay money to have people come to my page. Straight up. That's what they do. But you're welcome. Come on in, Tom. The more the merrier.
Republicans.
It really is interesting to see a majority of younger Republicans saying they're not confident in Netanyahu.
Exactly, and double the percentage for older Republicans.
So with a poll showing the president facing 70% disapproval on the economy, surely that same poll would show Democrats with a big advantage in the race for Congress.
You would think, but I think this poll serves as a big-time reality check for Democrats, and that is it ain't over yet, especially with the redistricting when we look ahead to the 2026 race for Congress. You would have thought that the Democrats' lead would expand on the generic congressional ballot. It didn't happen. Look, in March, Democrats were up by 6 points. Look at this now. Democrats are up by 3 points, and I want you to note the yellow lettering. No clear leader. It is within the margin of error. So despite all of the talk about Donald Trump's unpopularity, the fact is Republicans very much remain in the game when it comes to the congressional midterms, which are occurring in what, 6 or 7 months at this point?
Yes, and don't call me Shirley. So a lead of 3 points in the generic ballot test here. Does that get the job done?
No, it might not actually get the job done. And I love any reference to Airplane, I will say, and Leslie Nielsen. Look at this. Okay, take a look here. Democrats in the National House vote margin. According to my estimate, what they need for control with redistricting in terms of the national popular vote is somewhere of a win between 3 and 4.
Hey, just so you know, yeah, Tom, this is Tom's page right here. This is Tom. Tom got no information, nothing. But Tom's telling people to leave the United States of America. Tom, are you even American yourself? What the fuck? I don't think you are, man. To be honest with you, I don't, and you definitely ain't proving it here. Your account is 2 years old. Somebody's supposed to believe what you say? Listen, let me tell you something. That language you use with me. You told me if I don't like America, get out and slam the door on my back. Listen, I'll put my foot up your ass, Tom. Okay? I don't give a fuck what you think. First of all, I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C. My family goes back on both sides to the colonial period. You don't fucking tell me what I can fucking do as an American. I will kick your ass first. Okay? And then I will shove my foot up your motherfucking mouth. Okay? Like, seriously. Don't you ever tell me what I can do. Okay? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Yeah, you better get it straight. Okay? Like, for real. Don't you ever try to tell me anything about what I can do. Okay? Especially about my own country. You know, but everybody see this. That's Tom's page right there. Dookie dookie doo. Good old Tom. He's an American patriot. Nothing up there. Not even a fucking flag. He's so much of a patriot, huh, Tom? Yeah. All right, Tom. I like how you show your patriotism, Tom. Yeah.
4 points. What's CNN?
Dirtbag.
Current poll with no clear leader. It's a 3-point advantage. If this were, in fact, the actual result come election day, the race for Congress, the race for the House, would be basically a toss-up. And that is why the redistricting efforts that have been happening are so important. Because before the redistricting happened, Democrats essentially just needed to win the National House popular vote in order to win control of the House of Representatives. But now, with the redistricting, their ladder, they have to climb ever higher, and a 3-point win may very well not do it. This is well within the realm of possibilities. Could be Democrats take back the House. You know, if Democrats outperform the CNN poll by a few points, they take it back.
No. What's good about this is that you're going to actually see if Republicans support Republicans. That's what you're going to see. For the first time, you're actually going to see that, because now, even though there's more people against it, right? Here's the thing. This is about the survival of your country. So if you want Peter Thiel and Elon Musk to own the United States of America outright and put your grandkids, guarantee that your grandkids are in poverty, are in bankruptcy, just to guarantee it 3 times more than it is today, you will keep going along with this Trump administration, J.D. Vance, and the rest of them. No problem. It's a suicide pact anyway. So if these Americans, and I'm talking about the Republicans, because they're the ones who get the benefit of the Supreme Court. We get to find out if they choose their country or party first. That's what we get to find out, and that's a good thing. You wouldn't be able to find it out if the stakes weren't high, and if the playing field wasn't so lopsided. You see what I mean? So they can actually change, or they could stay the same. I want to see that. I want to see how many Americans say fuck this. Forget what your party is. How many Americans say fuck this crazy shit that Trump, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk are on? Because this is about values. And if you ain't got no values, you deserve to suffer. Like straight up. I mean, that's really what time it is. This is 2026. You need to learn what the future is about. The future is not about gasoline and fucking oil. There is no future without universal health care and universal education. The United States has no future without those things. Period. You're going to get more immigrants. Okay? If you're afraid of immigrants, and plus you thinking about the replacement theory, let me tell you, the robots are replacing you. The fucking robots are replacing you. You better be worried about the robots replacing your ass, but you're too stupid to. See, a democracy with some smart people, the people would be voting, trying to figure out how to make the people have a good life and guarantee the people some space in their country, guarantee their people some rights. That's not what Americans are doing. Americans are guaranteeing the robots have all the rights and the rich people. And everybody else in every other country, Western country, is saying, whoa. We don't want too many of these robots over here. Nah. There's got to be limits. Now, we could use a little bit, but nah, if it comes to fucking up my quality of life, taking away my job, making sure I don't, forget it. They vote no, fast as hell. Americans are like, come on in. Come on in. AI everywhere. AI just taking up all the drinking water. AI taking up all the electricity, and you pay for it. You just pay more. You make less money and you pay more so AI can exist. That's backwards as hell. That means they're making these robots to kill your ass. Like in America, see, that's why I don't mind. I say let them stay. If they want to be this way, let it be. Let the system be rigged, because you're gonna find out for sure what kind of morals this time around. See, before it wasn't like that. Before you had a choice. You had a little bit of choice. You could say, you know what? You got just an equal enough opportunity to vote for Kamala if you like her. If your morals and your values say vote Kamala, you had an equal opportunity to do it before. Now you don't. Now you don't have any equal opportunity. So now it's going to require more Republicans to save the country. So are they there? Do you have enough? Do you have enough Republicans to save the country? Do you have enough Republicans that are like, man, fuck Donald Trump? Or are most of the Republicans like just like off somewhere like this?
You are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh,
I mean,
Trump, you are my daddy.
Do they have the brains to choose something different? If I was an American right now, and I am, except I live outside of the U.S., I'd be finally getting your passport straight. I would be getting your passport straight. Like, seriously, take them up on that offer. Like, fuck a birth certificate unless you really need it. I don't know why they want you to have a birth certificate to fucking vote. Listen, how about get that birth certificate to make sure you get a passport? Because you might need that passport to get on a fucking plane and get the fuck out of Dodge, because these people are in serious trouble because they have no control over their country. They have given the country up to a crime syndicate that is about to turn the U.S. into RoboCop country. It's going to be a robot country. That's what these fucking people. And you know why? Because these people are too stupid to see it. They're too stupid to see it. See?
Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump, you are my daddy.
So,
yeah, I do anything to make you happy.
Now there's a chance some of them might wake up. But right now, you are only going to have this country saved if enough Republicans wake up. That's it right there. Because the way that the tables are slanted, you don't have the possibility to vote for, you don't have any other choice. If Republicans don't change their mind about what party is in power, there's a little choice, but the table is so lopsided. The table's so lopsided right now. Yeah. At least that's what the data says. Maybe when more Democrats gerrymander, maybe it'll be different. But right now, it's not looking good. It's not looking good right now for the U.S. And I just wonder what the outcome of that is going to be. But yeah, get a passport. Don't waste it. Listen, y'all. There's plenty. America is a beautiful continent. America is a beautiful continent. South America is culturally probably better than the United States of America. Canada culturally is probably better than the United States of America, because there's more balance. There's more balance between the rich and the poor and the middle class. There's more balance. There's not really a lot of balance in the United States with that, and that creates danger. So, and then you got these old. What I like about this data is it shows you people's priorities. It shows you where it's coming from. There's a lot of old Republicans, like somebody said, the boomers, that just don't care about nobody else in the country. They just don't care. They're more concerned about Israel. Israel and shit. Don't get me wrong. I empathize with Israelis. I empathize with Palestinians. But listen, that's not America. That's not the United States of America either. Okay? I mean, just that simple. People are starving in the United States. People are under threat in the United States. Maybe a different kind of threat, but still a threat.
They could underperform as well, and that would be big time trouble. As I said at the start here, this game is most certainly not over. Republicans very much in the race for the House of Representatives. They're in that game.
All right, and I was saying,
Look at this. Let me ask you something. Somebody in the chat said, you have here, this is rebuke improved, but let me see. Let me just, I have a habit of trying to look at these people's channel. When somebody addresses me, I try to look at their channel just to figure out, what are they about, Join 2021. Right. Join 2021. Rebuke improve, huh? Yeah. In any case, I don't know what this person is about. But listen, no, the culture in the United States, it's suffering. It's suffering, man. You guys are into vandalizing African Americans, historic African American cemeteries. That's lame. That's poor culture. That ain't high culture. What is this? Is this high culture?
What is that? Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. What is that? Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. What is that? Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. What is that? Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. What is that? Oh, Trump.
What is that? That's high culture? I don't need a good argument. I have this to show you. What the fuck? I have this to show you. I don't need an argument. This is what's running the country.
You are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. What is that? Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. What is that? Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. What is that? Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy.
Hold on, check this out.
It's just 30%, 70%.
You don't want to claim them as MAGA? Are they not part of MAGA? What the fuck? Somebody wrote MAGA. This is MAGA for you. This is what MAGA. What other argument does anybody need? Everyone outside of the U.S. is laughing. Look, the United States enemies are laughing at the United States right now, first of all. And its allies are crying. Its allies are saying, what the fuck is wrong with these goddamn right-wingers in the United States of America? Even the right wing in Europe is like, what the fuck has gone wrong with these motherfuckers? They done came over here and attacked us. The right wing of the U.S. wants to attack Canada. They want to attack fucking Greenland. You know what I'm saying? The right wing. They want to attack other Western countries. That's what the right wing is. They become the enemy of the West, the American right wing. That's not too intelligent. You know what I'm saying? That's not intelligent at all. Our enemies are like, yay, thank you. Thank you, you dumb motherfuckers. Putin is like, thank you, MAGA. Thank you, MAGA. Thank you, MAGA. Thank you, MAGA. Here we go. Let's hear some MAGA shit. Here we go. This is Donald Trump's theme song.
You are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy.
Put it down.
Oh, Trump, you are
My daddy. Yeah, I'll do anything to make you happy. Put it down. What you gonna do? What you gonna do to make him happy? What are you gonna do? Everybody in the chat, what would you do to make Donald Trump happy? What do you think he would do? What is he talking about when he says, I'll do anything? What is he talking about? Donald Trump might take him up on that offer, man. He's like, what the fuck? Donald Trump said, I love the poorly uneducated. Yeah, he did. And this is what poorly uneducated sounds like.
Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump.
Hey, listen, whatever happened to Made in America? Whatever happened to Made in America? Everything they have on is made in China. Every single thing they have on is made in China. But their motto is Make America Great Again. So you mean they still haven't figured out how they're going to make some trucker hats, fucking T-shirts that say Trump? They couldn't figure that part out? Like that. This is yo, this is America's Next Army. Yo, Mike. Mike said, that's America's Next Army, 300-pound redneck. Exactly. This is the anti-DEI army for you right here. These are the Marines coming, yo. This is the Green Beret hopping out of the airplane. They're going to fall flat on their guy. Boom! That fucking parachute is going to fucking fall apart. When the dude hits the ground, it's going to be like a fucking meteor. Boom! A seismic fucking explosion and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be felt around the earth. Our military, look, just one of these, just drop his big ass outside of the airplane like a nuclear bomb and see what damage it does. Drop his ass on. They weigh more than the fucking bombs. It's like, goddamn.
You are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything.
This is American high culture. This is American high culture, straight up. This is American high culture. It don't get no higher than this. It doesn't get higher than this, man. This is and seriously, that's why I say, look, we're going to find out. I'm actually, see, it's interesting that the Supreme Court did this because it means they have a plan, right? They have a plan for stupid people, you know? And I'm just curious how many of these people think that Donald Trump Elon Musk and Peter Thiel give a damn about them. Like, these people, why would they even want to be in the same room with these people? Why would Elon Musk even want to be in the same room with these people right here? Why? Like, he is literally fucking their towns up right now. They're literally fucking their towns up, and they're too stupid to even see it. These people not going to have access to fresh water pretty soon, you know, and they're going to be ass out there. You know what I mean? And it's just sad because what's happening in the United States right now is the elite against everybody else. And these people are too stupid to see it. They're too stupid to see it, you know, and that's really sad. That's really, really sad, you know, but it comes because education is not respected in the United States of America. It's not cherished. It's not a cultural value, education in the United States. It's not a foundational value. Just like healthcare is not a foundational value in the United States. It's not one of those things that's like a given, you know, like a no-brainer. No, it's not. It's not a no-brainer in the U.S. They still don't understand what role that plays in building a society, right? They don't understand that, and that index about democracies is breaking it down. Now, let me see something. Let me pivot over 2 seconds to this. Now that we know, back to Netanyahu for 1 second. Sorry about that. I know I segued a little off, but I had to do that just to here we go. Back to Netanyahu. Right now, there's 75% of Democrats receive AIPAC money. 75%, right? That's in the House. 90% of Republicans receive AIPAC money. Okay? And 10% don't. Okay? So 25% of Democrats don't receive AIPAC money. 10% of Republicans don't receive AIPAC money. So just to make it easy to understand, right? And so this thing is starting to change a little bit. However, those numbers in the representatives don't add up, if you ask me, when I look at this, because it looks like a lot more Democrats are unsatisfied with Netanyahu. So why would the representatives still be taking money? You see? And the same thing with the Republicans. 90% of Republicans are getting AIPAC money, yet there's a big percentage that don't agree. A big percentage of the Democratic Party does not agree. Right now, 75% are receiving AIPAC money, but way more of Democrats disagree. So why are the representatives still taking AIPAC money? I think it's because American elections require money, pretty much. When you have people like this voting, you need money because they obviously are. You're not going to get to these people with information. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem. So money, too many people are relying on money. Yeah. And nobody wants to give up the money. Very few people want to give up the money in the United States when they're running a campaign because they feel like they will get less of a voice, and that might have something to do with it. But it is what it is. It's just the numbers, right? So, but let me play a little more of this.
Like a rocket, up to 59%. That's a nearly 20-point movement in just 3 years' time. And now the majority of Americans say they are not confident when it comes to Bibi Netanyahu and world affairs. And we're not just talking Democrats here. We're talking the entire American public, nearly 3 in 5.
All right. Well, let's talk about the partisan breakdown here, because there are two interesting stories going on at the same time.
Yeah, there are two interesting stories. You might think that this might be a story of young Democrats moving significantly against Israel and moving against Bibi Netanyahu. But in fact, there is a twist to the numbers here. Yes, it is young Democrats, but it's actually older Democrats who are more likely to say that they're not confident when it comes to Bibi Netanyahu and world affairs. Look at this. Among Democrats under the age of 50, it's 73%. But look at this. Look among Democrats 50 years and older. It's actually larger. It's 81%. And both of these numbers are up significantly from where they were in 2023. But it's actually older Democrats leading the charge, many of whom are not are not on social media.
Yeah, and again, just to point out here, this is not confident in
This is
Benjamin
not
Netanyahu.
confident. They are not confident in Bibi Netanyahu.
Hey, let's talk about Republicans, too, because it's interesting, sort of the dichotomy.
All right, I'm going to stop. Now, listen, back to this democracy thing. On Democracy Index, right? DPI, this is what they got. Democracy Perception Index, DPI, which was released by the Alliance of Democracies Foundation, a prominent non-profit organization based in Copenhagen, Denmark, right? I just showed you one of the speeches they had from the Prime Minister that was given there, or not speeches, talks, but there was a lot of activities surrounding this event, right? So this report was just released, a week ago? Not even a week ago, right? Maybe 4 days ago. Let me see here. Founded by the former Danish Prime Minister and NATO Secretary General Anders Fogh. So it's founded by Anders Fogh, right? That's why he was there asking the questions. Now, the 2026 report was just published ahead of the annual Copenhagen Democracy Summit. Here, damn, I should have went down there. That would have been so great. I don't know how I missed this, but in any case, here's a breakdown of what the report measured and its key findings. Okay, what the report measures. Again, I'm just going to tell you, people like this don't care about reports from other countries. Especially allies, okay, right about now. You know, they was about to invade. These people were right along with invading Greenland. So, you know, they don't give a shit about this report, which is why I say the United States is not a civilized country. You know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, what the report measures, unlike indices that indices, what is this? Indices that rely solely on academic experts. The DPI is the world's largest annual study on how ordinary citizens perceive democracy. So this is an index based on how Americans feel about their democracy and how other people, civilians, feel about their own democracy, right? Working along NIRA data, they interviewed over 94,000 people across 98 countries. So that's about 10,000 per country? Or it depends. I guess it's give or take. Maybe if your country is bigger, there's more. People across 98 countries to gauge whether people feel their governments are actually delivering on democratic promises like the rule of law, free speech, and clean elections. Key takeaways and rankings. The top democracy rankings when it comes to how citizens rate the democratic health of their own nations, small and mid-sized established democracies top the list. The highest ranked countries for positive democratic perception include Switzerland, Canada, Japan, Sweden, Norway, and Italy. Okay? The democracy deficit, a major theme, and this is about how the citizens feel based on the data they collected. The democracy deficit. A major theme of the report is while global demand for democracy remains incredibly high, citizens in many democratic nations are increasingly frustrated, feeling that their governments are failing to deliver on security, stability, and economic progress. Well, I don't know how people feel in the U.S. I know the people I know and come in contact with, but the data, you know, the bottom line is the United States does not. Fuck the people. The data shows and proves it does not deliver on security, stability, and economic progress. Period. Not when you're talking about people. I don't even care what the people say. The data already proves that shit. But yeah. Democracies and autocracies. Interestingly, the report highlights a paradox. Some autocratic nations, mostly notable China, score highly on internal citizen perception regarding things like the rule of law and civic predictability, though researchers note this often reflects heavily controlled internal information environments compared to the open self-criticism inherent in free democracies, right? The global image of the U.S. For the second consecutive year, the global perception of the United States has declined. The U.S. actually ranked among the 5 most negatively perceived countries globally in the survey, largely influenced by shifting public opinions and geopolitical tensions and foreign policy. Right. So let me see. It says here, look at this. It says that right now, this is how bad the United States ranks with as far as a democracy. It's ranked under Russia and China right now, according to global perception, right? Or people, or no, the people's own perception of themselves. Let me see something. Do the people of the USA, according to this polling rank their democracy under China and Russia currently? Let's see this. I know I chopped it up, but it's going to give me the data back that I want anyway. I can tell. Look, here it is. Very easy to see. There's a massive distinction in the data regarding who is doing the ranking. The people of the United States did not rank their own country below Russia and China. Instead, the rest of the world ranked the global image of the United States below. Okay, so I had it backwards. So the rest of the world is ranking the U.S. below Russia and China right now. Report separates data into 2 categories: internal perception, how citizens view their own country, and global image, how international communities view a country. Here's the data. Here's what the data actually breaks down. The global image, what the headlines are talking about. When the study polled people internationally across 85 countries and how they perceived the major global powers, the United States saw a historic collapse in its reputation, dropping below Russia and China for the first time in the survey's history. The net favorability score from global public were China +7, Russia -11, the United States -16. Why did the U.S. drop so low globally? And I'm going to tell you, people like this don't give a fuck anyway about this report. See, that's how bad it is.
To make you happy. Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy.
Yeah, so that's the gist of it right there. Yeah, now let me see here. Why did the U.S. drop so low globally, right? Oh, 2 seconds. Why did the U.S. drop so low globally? Let me fix something here. I just realized there was a little error here. 2 seconds. Sorry about that. Yeah, those people don't give a shit about any type of report. They've been defying all kinds of reports. They don't care. That's why it's a cult, you know? And that's why education is so important, because, you know, it stops people from being so goddamn ignorant, you know, but these people don't care about that. They don't care about it. They just literally have been taught that pride means to not care about nothing and nobody. It's kind of like arrogant, fucking arrogant. This is pathetic, though. I mean, I would like to use another word, like, what's another term? Exceptionalism, American exceptionalism, except there ain't nothing exceptional about this shit. This is this is the opposite of exceptionalism, but it's still bad. In any case, why did the U.S. drop so low globally? According to the Alliance of Democracies, and the international backlash against the U.S. is heavily driven by global reactions to the current American foreign policy, aggressive trade tariffs, and escalating geopolitical frictions, such as tensions surrounding the conflict involving Iran, strains with NATO alliance. Yeah. What do Americans actually think? When looking at internal perceptions, the story changes. The survey tracks the democracy deficit, the gap between how much people value democracy versus how well they think their government is delivering it. While the American public expresses a lot of frustration with their own political system, they still overwhelmingly rate their own democratic liberties and desires higher than citizens in autocracies do. Okay. The high internal scores sometimes seen in autocratic nations like China are heavily caveated by researchers as they reflect tightly controlled internal media and stage-aligned information environments rather than genuine preference by Americans for those systems. Yeah, so I guess still they're a little bit freer than China and Russia. That's for sure. I think in that kind of way. But overall, I don't think Americans feel, let me see. How happy, just to end this real quick, how happy are Americans about their economy and life fairness? Let's see here. It's going to have to pull for some other data, but I'm just curious. I know that report may not have covered that. Oh, damn. Hold on. What? Damn, it did cover the report. According to the data from the Alliance of Democracies and NIRA data, the short answer is not very happy at all. In fact, the report highlights the economic frustration and the sense of systemic unfairness are the two biggest drivers fueling democracy deficit inside the United States right now. When you dive into how Americans specifically rate their own country on these fronts, a clear picture emerges. The economy, the wrong direction, pessimism. The report emphasizes a massive wave of pessimism sweeping through the Western democracies, and the USA is right at the center of it. The sentiment: far more Americans report that their country is headed in the wrong direction rather than the right one. The driver: this dissatisfaction is primarily tied to economic insecurity, inflation, and rising cost of living. Okay, the survey shows that while macroeconomic numbers might look one way on paper, yet the macro looks wonderful, but the average American doesn't share in the macro at all. And that's the difference in the happiness factor across Western countries. The average Dane shares in the macro economy way more than the average American. Every other Western country citizens share more, are more represented more in the macro economy than in the United States of America. They pretty much all outdo, I would think. Okay, the survey shows while macroeconomic numbers might look one way on paper, regular citizens feel that the economy is failing to deliver stability and progress to their household budgets. Exactly. Life fairness. Influence of dark money and corporations. When looking at fairness and whether the political economic system treats citizens equitably, Americans express deep cynicism. The DPI measures specific perceived threats to democracy, and the U.S. scores remarkably poorly on two key metrics of fairness. Corporate influence. A massive majority of Americans feel that the government is run for a few big interests rather than for the benefit of all people. Corporate influence is viewed by citizens as a direct threat to fairness of daily life. Economic inequality. The widening gap between the ultra wealthy and the rest of the population has left Americans feeling that the financial rules of the game are inherently rigged against ordinary people. But will that change people like this mind? Will it change their mind, you think?
Oh, Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy.
I mean, will it change their mind? I'm not too sure. And if you judge by the troll army on the internet, they will say, nah, man, things are just beautiful in the United States. Just give it 2 more weeks. All right. The threat to democratic fairness, a rising fear. Because people feel the economy is unfair, it has bled heavily into how they view political fairness. One of the most stark data points for the U.S. in the index is a sharp rise in concern over unfair elections. The percentage of Americans who worry that their elections aren't free or fair has climbed significantly, hitting over 60%. In short, Americans still overwhelmingly believe in the concept of democracy and a fair society, but they are deeply frustrated because they feel the current economic reality and government are catering to the corporate interest. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do? In case you haven't read this report, 2 seconds. Yeah, I'm going to put it in here. We covered this just 2 days ago or 3 days ago. So I put the link out there already, but I'm going to put the link for people that didn't see that episode, right? And might want to read it for themselves, right? Let me see here. 2 seconds. Put that in the chat. Yo, I'm going to open up the Discord for people that want to hop up. Anybody want to hop up and speak? All you got to do is have Discord on your phone, and you will be able to once I drop the link. And let me see here. Here is the report. All right. So let me see here. Report on Democracy Index. All right, here we go. I'm gonna put this out here. Boom. Now let me see. Let me drop the link also in the chat. It's at the top. The link is at the top of the chat, but I'm going to drop just the link for the panel too, just in case some people didn't see it. And then I'm going to open up Discord, and then people will be able to hop up and speak. You know, I like to speak to people, have conversations. If I'm going to talk to people and I'm going to get anywhere with anybody, I like for them to hop up so we can have a real conversation. Me, I'm not into the reading somebody's, chat. Because a chat thing, you can't really make a clear point. It's difficult. You only have so many letters you can type at one time. And I'm not into waiting around for somebody to type. I'd rather have somebody hop up and speak. Much better for the viewers also. But there's the link. I'm going to put the link in here again. Hop up, panel. There you go. You see the one called panel? Then you can hop up. Let me open up Discord. So get that going real quick. It's only going to take about 1 minute. It'll be open. So it'll be open in 1 minute. Do yourself a favor. If you want to hop up, load Discord on your phone first, or on your tablet first, or your computer, right? Get your headphones ready. Or if you need it, maybe you don't need it. But also, once you get it loaded on your phone, the program, then come back and hit the same link, and it will take you to my server, and send me a little message so I know you're there. I will see the notification, and then I will be able to pull you up. Right. That's if you're interested in hopping up. Yeah. So here we go. Now, let me see. I'm going to drop that report one more time for people that haven't seen it. The Democracy Index report. And boom, it's right here. Now, let me close that down. Remind me later. All right. No, thanks for the moment. Democracy Perception Index. Okay. So, if you want to read this report, and it was conducted across 98 countries, including the United States of America. You can read this report. And it's about, let me see here. It was just released like 4 days ago, just ahead of the meeting in Copenhagen here. Democracy Index. It's talking about how citizens feel about their own democracies. So they surveyed Americans also, and then it's talking about the global feelings of different democracies. Also, how the globe feels about the United States right now. The globe feels pretty low. The globe rates the United States under Russia and China now for the first time ever in history. China is plus something like +9 or +8. Russia is -11, and the U.S. is -16. So China is seen as a more reliable partner to global democracies than the United States right now for the first time in history. Just so people know. I mean, it's crazy. It's interesting, but I won't say it's sad, because it's a reflection of what the United States is right now. It's just that simple, and you got to be able to deal with facts. And if you're happy with that, Don't try to make it seem like it's not true. Just say you like it how it is. That's okay. Just say good job. That's what we wanted. We don't want to work with other countries. We don't care what other countries think about it. Just say that and be what you are, you know? And the reason why I could say that is because although I'm an American citizen, I actually live outside the U.S. So I live in Denmark. So, I mean, you know, I'm not going to suffer the effects. If you want to go down a suicide path, you going down on your own. I'm not on the ship with you. I'm off the fucking ship. You know what I'm saying? Run that motherfucker into the ground if you like. Okay. And I will still be calm, cool, drinking my latte. I'm going to come on live the same time. That's if you want to run the country into the ground, go for it. I wish you wouldn't, but you know, folks don't always give a damn what I think. My followers do, my listeners do, but not all of them. Maybe 90%, 90% do, 10% don't. But then a whole lot of other 80 million Americans don't agree with me at all. We saw that. They voted for Trump. They voted for Trump. How many of them don't have health care now? Can't even access it. You know what I'm saying? How many of them are worried about where their kids going to go to school? And how? You know, wow, man. This is crazy, man. I'm sorry. I'm just reading a foolish ass comment. Yo, in any case, feel free to hop up. Anybody want to hop up? Feel free. You can hop up. The link is in the chat. Let me see here. So far, I don't see anybody. I only see Friars. He sent me a message, but I don't see any new people hopping up. Why is that? Nobody want to hop up and you don't want people hearing your voice? Hop up, Trump supporters. Let people know how proud you are of Trump and hop up. Here we go. Let people know. Anybody's welcome. It doesn't matter where you live or anything like that. But I want to hear your perspective. But I would like to get some Trump people to hop up. Trump people that out here. I see a lot of people in the chat capping for Trump. Why don't you hop up? Why don't you hop? Bro, it's 1:23 a.m. on the. So what? Who gives a fuck? This is the internet, man. You don't go on the internet at 1:23? I do. See, the only time I don't go on the internet is when I'm busy. Okay, if I'm on the net, it means I'm not busy. I'm okay right now. You know, I mean, are you at work right now at 1:20? Are you at work or not? I mean, if you're not at work, what difference does it make? I don't know. But if you busy, that's okay too. But you not busy because you here in my chat. So what the fuck? How you gonna be like it's 1:28, bro? Well, you're here. What the fuck does that got to do with it? Oh, he talking about his wife. Oh, you can't. Oh, okay, Kev, I got you, man. Shit, Kev, man, get your ass up, man. Leave the bedroom, man. What the? Nah, I'm joking. No worries. Nobody have to stress yourself. You don't want to. I don't want to cause no family issues and shit. It's not worth that. Everybody's all good. But listen, really, let's get it cracking. Now, there's other things. Speaking of that index, which is not looking good, you know what I'm saying? And speaking of Israel, the low numbers on Israel coming out of the United States right now. And by the way, I have to say, I'm not feeling it. Like, I'm not feeling the Cory Booker, yo. I'm not feeling it. I didn't like Cory Booker's response to the AIPAC money. Now, don't get me wrong. He can support it. He can do that. Take that money all he wants. Because my personal philosophy is, we need to be concerned about what's going on at home. But there's another argument that's going around. People are saying that AIPAC is primarying progressive Democrats, right? That's what the allegation is about AIPAC. So that's what they're saying. So I don't know why. I don't think it's going to be good for Cory Booker, man. I just got to say that. I don't think it's going to be good for elected officials going forward if they don't start paying attention to what their own voters want, And you saw that data on Israel. That data is not good. And that data is from Republicans and Democrats. And my advice is that people stop thinking about party. Start thinking about what the candidates want. Okay? Because you can see there's different, there's a spectrum still, even though there's mainly only two big parties and one small, so a couple of few small parties, right? Independents, they're basically independents are barely operating, but nonetheless, even within the Democrat, there's a sphere of different policies they support within that party. And also, if Republicans weren't so, if the Republican and Trump and MAGA people weren't so cultish, they would have a spectrum of opinions on the Republican side too. But for some reason, they have less of it, they got less of it. But, let me see. Okay, let me see. You say you joined Discord. Let me see here. I don't see anybody's. There's no message here. I only got Friars here. What's your name on Discord? I joined, but you won't let me know. You're not. What's your name on Discord? I'm looking at Discord. Look, the Discord I can just pull up. It's not a biggie. Let me just pull up Discord here real quick so people can see what it is. Boom. Discord. You don't have to say tell me. I'm reading the messages right now, so I'm seeing your message, yo. Hold on. Did it do that? Oh, let me type 2. All right. So, here we go. Now, here is Discord. So, this is what I'm seeing in Discord. All right. So, right now, you are not really there, right? Yeah, you're not showing up there right now. I don't know why. Here it is. All right, so let me change this too. Let me change this name right here. I'll just call that Discord too also, right? Boom. So here we go. So yeah, this is the live view. So you see how I see that I have Friars up here and I have a notification from him. That's because he sent me a message. So when you sign into my server, I get a notification like this. You see that? You're on a voice channel. Well, you need to voice channel. And what is your name if you're on a voice channel? But here, let me just do this and make it very clear. Try to make it very simple, because you need to come to this right here. Copy. I'm going to put this in the chat again. This is where you need to go. I don't go anywhere. You have to come to my server, and that's how I invite people up. So there you have it. So I got a list right here, and right now, why would I care about liberal, conservative, or libertarian parties? I don't own any capital. Yeah. Oh, you say you type in here? Okay, well, you got to send me a message. Yeah, otherwise it won't send me a notification. I won't have any clue. But I got Eric here, so you see Eric's here, waiting, ready. Oh, that's the one you're in? Let me see here. Is it? Nope. Nah, you ain't in here. You're not there, man. I don't know which server you're on. You see your face on the screen, so tell me the name. What's the name? You got to tell me the name. What name are you there? What is the name? What is the name? Anyway, listen, you got to answer questions that I ask you. Otherwise, I can't help you. Third icon, this one right here, you talking about Derek Vincent? Derek Vincent is the third icon. Derek Vincent. Oh my goodness, man. Is everybody paying attention? Can y'all see the Discord on it? Okay, on the left. You said third icon. Okay. Here, listen. Let me just make this very easy. You see what I just did? Click this. Click this. Click this right now. Click this. Click on that. No, there's nothing here. You're not here though. You what are you saying? Yeah. Where you at? This is Steve though. You're not here. Where you at? You talking about Mike? Exactly. I don't understand. He's making it more complicated by not answering the question. Any case, look, if you can't tell me your name in Discord, I can't actually find you, man. So I'm sorry about that, but try to figure out what your name is and then type it in and then let somebody else because apparently you don't have a name and you can't tell me what it is. So that's how it works. You got to be able to work with me too. I can't just be working with you 100%. You got to work 50%. Okay? So yeah. Okay, Meddler, I see you. Stop telling me where and tell me your name. It ain't that complicated. If I know your name, I could just type your name in. Yeah, maybe his name is Bro. Tell me your name. Anyway, you know what, dude? If you say the same thing, Hero, what? On this side, is there something? No, there's no Hero here. That's Steve is Steve. That's not Hero. Let me see something here. Right here. You talking about this. All right, so let me try to click on this. That's not there. I don't know how you saw your name. I didn't see it. Is this your name right here? Let me click on it. So you got to do this. You got to take it this far, man. You got to send me a message. Like I said, there we go. All right. So let me see. Now let me try to call. All right. Okay. There you go. Let me call now. Yeah. You got to answer though. All right, you there? There you go. I see it. Now, is your audio good?
Hello. Let me turn off the YouTube thing because I think it's still fucking hello.
Okay.
Can you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Damn, bro, you was messing with me a little there. Damn.
Yeah. Well, now you know how. Now you on there, so it's easier once you get it going. How you doing, man? What state you from? Where you from?
I'm doing all right. I'm from New York City.
Okay. Okay. What part you from, man? What
The
part?
Bronx.
There you go, Bronx. What's up, Boogie Down Bronx in the house? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir.
Now let me ask you. What about if I can ask you this? You don't have to answer because it's sometimes it's not really even relevant. But the Bronx.
No, I can answer. I'm not gay. I answer anything.
Okay. The the Bronx is known to have a lot of different backgrounds of people, like Puerto Ricans, right? Isn't a lot of Puerto Ricans?
Yeah.
So okay, tell me is
Overwhelmingly Hispanic. Overwhelmingly, yeah.
Okay. So do you have some like maybe Caribbean or Puerto Rican or Hispanic background too?
Nah, I'm 100% from Ghana, West Africa.
Oh, there you go. Damn, man, I didn't know that. So you from Ghana? Okay, there you go, bro. All right, good. Okay, solid, man. Solid. Why the hell you go to Bronx, man? Why you?
Nah,
go ahead.
I'm a green card baby. My dad went to Colombia for school, and he had his kids here, so he could get a green card type shit.
Okay, I got you. But in any case, it's all good, man. I'm just asking. I'm curious. I know a lot of Ghanaians.
Yeah.
I know a lot of Nigerians though in DC. Not so many Ghanaians.
Oh, 9.
But I know a lot of Ghanaians in Denmark.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like 10,000 in Denmark. You know, pretty much a lot in the Copenhagen area. I don't know where they all at, but it's a lot of Ghanaians in Copenhagen. But yeah, so what's on your mind? How you feeling about the U.S. right now? How you feel about what's happening in the country, man? Let me know your views. You from Ghana? Are you getting a lot of foreigner sentiment right now?
Nah, I ain't getting nothing to be honest. Nah, that's why
Glad.
I was trying to find out what's going on because I've been tuned out ever since Trump got elected. I turned off the TV because I said that's not even gonna be funny. So
I
I've
understand
been
you.
yeah, girl. I was like, hey man, it was a little funny the first time. It's not gonna be funny this time. So now he's just gonna. I heard he declared war on the earth, and I said I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna come back in 4 years.
Well, I know what you mean, man. It's like sometimes the stress, the news cycle, and the things that people are saying. It's terrifying, man. It's terrifying. Isn't the news?
What's going on?
Huh? Oh no, just
what's
ice.
Going on with it?
Ice, man. Ice. You ain't see ice?
Oh yeah. I seen that.
Yeah, they not running through the Bronx or what? They scared of the Bronx, huh?
I mean, I ain't seen one ice person pull up on us. Honestly, I ain't gonna lie to you. And this is the place to pull up on it too, to be honest. Because I mean, I'm not saying nothing about Hispanic type shit, but I mean, you can't. It's at least 60% Hispanic here, so if you was trying to, hey man, yeah, but the Bronx not the place to go and do that. Though. I ain't gonna lie to you. You're gonna get cut up real quick.
I don't think the Bronx is the place they trying. Yeah, the Bronx is known. The Bronx is the Bronx, man. If you don't know about the Bronx,
yeah.
I think I just find it very curious. I don't want them to go there because I hate ICE. I don't agree with their tactics.
Yeah.
I don't agree. I think it could be much more civil. Just be respectful and have a comprehensive way of going about it. What is this running around on the street just trying to grab people up? Man, I'm sorry. There's got to be a better way to go about it. But number one, I just think they were using way too much force.
So I was under the impression that ICE is just the KKK put on the government's payroll. I thought that's what was going on.
Well, it sounds like it to me. I think it's weird, but I think it's more accurate than that. I mean, they probably have people there that don't think they're down with the KKK too, but they're definitely people I don't like.
I thought that was the whole purpose.
Look, man, I'm not with it. I don't like the idea that you can stop up with your face covered without a badge and a number. I'm not with that at all. Like, I don't want to be stopped and asked nothing by nobody with a mask and nobody without a badge and a number. But you must show me your face and you must show me your number. Otherwise, why am I stopping and talking to you? You could be a fucking axe murderer. You could be the KKK.
Yeah.
It's like, yo, nobody's supposed to feel safe with people with masks. What the hell? Trying to stop them?
I agree with what you're saying, but I mean, the way I see it is the KKK, and they just put on the government's payroll. So when you think about it like that, then it's like, they just getting paid to do what they was gonna do already. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what I thought it was, but I could be wrong. Hello. My audio messed up or something?
No, you good. I was just on the phone. Sorry about that. I was listening to you. I just had to take that
You
call.
good, you good.
Somebody dropping something
Yeah,
off
you
on
good,
me.
you good.
Yeah, but I was listening to you.
Yeah.
I have the same opinion. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't have to call them KKK to not fucking like them. You know what I mean? I don't like I said, whether they KKK or not, I don't care what their job is. The fact that they trying to stop people with a mask on and without clear identification, I'm totally against. I don't care what your job is. Don't ever try to stop me like that. I'm totally against.
They're killing people too.
And they're killing people. And that's even worse. You
Yeah.
know? I think it's terrorizing. It's terrorizing, man. I don't want nobody with no mask running around. The United States has a history of people with masks. And they are called the KKK, like you said. And they terrorize people and they terrorize citizens of this country. And if we're bothered by that, We should have a right to be bothered by that. You can't just suppress that. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, we all gonna have fucking Confederate flags running around. Why don't we all say fuck the United States flag and just hold up a Confederate flag? How about we all say now we all just gonna have Confederate flags? How about we all just have Nazi flags now? How about we all even if you don't agree with the Nazis, what are they gonna say about that? How about what I'm saying? I'm like, it just makes no sense what they're doing. How can you conceive of having a mask and you say that you're law and order? Like, no. That's cartel. Cartel gonna come with a mask,
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought that was like a supervillain type shit, like one of the supervillain sections, like some dude that Batman would find in the night and take him out because you already know he's up to no good. That type shit. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I kind of, now that you say that, I'm kind of wondering, like, what did these people even do with their lives? That it's like, oh, let me apply to, fuck up people's shit. That's kind of crazy. Now I think about it, that's kind of ridiculous. I didn't even think about it like that.
Say that again.
Getting paid.
Say that again.
Like, how you apply for a job that's like, I just want to fuck up people's shit. Like, I just want to grab motherfuckers in the middle of the street, take somebody grandma, send her to another country, put her in jail for a couple of days, even though I know damn well she ain't do nothing.
Yeah, that's totally wrong, man. That's totally wrong. Yeah, exactly. Taking elderly people, taking children. Yo, that is totally human rights violation.
Oh, they getting kids too? Oh, that's crazy. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they're getting kids too, man. They separated kids from their parents, bro. They took a kid.
Nah, that's crazy.
Look, listen. There was one kid. There was one man. He was quote unquote. No, he wasn't illegal. See, this is another problem. He wasn't illegal.
Yeah,
he had a court.
Right?
Yeah, he had a court date set up, so he was already in the process. Right? He was with his son, and he went home after work. They stopped him on his way home after work in front of his house. He ran tried to get into the house quick, and the son was left.
Oh, the kid wasn't fast enough.
Yeah, something like that. And they took the kid. They took the kid and held the kid to get the father out. Now, then they got the father to come out, and they took the kid too instead of leaving the kid with the mother. The mother is legally there.
Wow.
They took exactly. They were supposed to give the kid to the mother, right? But instead they took the kid too, locked them both up. In other words, they didn't have to do any of this, but they chose to do it that way. It's not that they had to take the guy.
Crazy.
There's no law saying they had to take the guy, because after they took the guy and after they took the kid, you know what happened? The judge made them release them. So that means they actually shouldn't have taken the man or the kid. And they definitely should not have separated the child from the mother, right? But they did it anyway. Sick. So it's like, come on, I'm sorry, but I'm not into this thing about hurting people. I'm not for it. I'm not for hurting people. I don't care who you are or where you're from. I'm not for hurting people. I'm for treating people in a dignified manner and expecting the same in return, period. There's no exception. You see what I'm saying? And I don't like being treated.
Yeah.
I'm a 55-year-old. I'm 56. I don't like being treated undignified by anybody. I have paid my dues on earth. I have walked this earth.
True,
Why should I be harassed? Why should I be treated poorly?
Yeah, that is crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
Like, I mean, if there was like, trans or something, I'd kind of get it. But it's like, these are just normal people. They didn't do nothing. Like,
Yeah.
Like, they just trying to live their life, be good civilians, be a civilian,
They're not threats to they're not threats. They're not threats to nobody.
Yeah.
So,
Ain't nobody a threat. You know what is funny though? Like, so the only like illegals that I ever actually really see type shit are the dudes parked in front of the Home Depot saying, "Yo, you need some work, then I'll do it for you." You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And like, yo, they ain't bartering nobody.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, I guess they barter somebody a little, but it's like they offering a job if you don't want to just keep on walking. It's like you at the airport, you see taxis, like Hey man, like, are they barring you? I mean, maybe, I guess, but if you don't want it, it's not a problem.
I just think they, they're not doing comprehensive immigration reform. So the bottom line is that there's something deeper wrong. There's something deeper that's not being resolved. And so instead of dealing with the real underlying issue, which is the fact that we don't really have any type of comprehensive immigration right now, right? We don't have immigration.
That is true.
Yeah, it needs to be set up so that we know how many workers we need, skilled workers, how many people that we need that we can take in for asylum, right? And look at those numbers and really have a clear idea, and then be able to go from there, right? But instead, we had no policy, right? We had no policy, man. And then we also had but here's the thing, we had a lot of asylum seekers that just are fleeing other countries in South America, right? But here's the thing. They are fleeing. A lot of them come over the border and then they apply because they want to get in first and then apply. Right. That's one thing. But still, we can still treat them humanely. That's the key thing.
100%. Yeah.
2 seconds. Listen, hold on, man. I'm going to rock something real quick. Just stay on the line, and then I'm going to call somebody else up at the same time. 2 seconds.
All right, bet.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
2 seconds. Let me rock something real quick. Here we go.
Yeah, no worries.
Before that and after that, and now it's as strong as ever. I mean, I went over to where he lives, which is something that rarely happens. Were you there? I don't know. Amazing. I mean, people have never seen it before. It's amazing, actually. We had lunch.
Talk to him about the cyber attacks that he's done in the United States, or the NSS has done.
I did, and he talked about attacks that we did in China. You know, what they do, we do too. It's like the spying. They're talking about, the spying. I said, well,
The spying,
we do it too. Look, no, I'm talking about spying. The question was asked to me yesterday, I guess, what about the fact that China's spying in the United States? I said, well, it's one of those things because we spy like hell on them too.
Two and a half more years, folks. Hi again, 5 o'clock in New York. With a president like that, who needs enemies? Donald Trump on Air Force One earlier today on his way back from his trip to China and behaving more like a fan of Chinese, superpower ambitions than a leader of the United States of America, a global superpower, or at least we were. Those remarks, though, from Trump cap up a visit that, despite Trump's bluster ahead of the trip, most observers across the ideological spectrum agree and note was a resounding victory for China. Donald Trump left with 0 trade deals closed, something he had stated as one of his key objectives for his meetings with Xi. Donald Trump also appeared to soften on the issue of the U.S. continuing to sell weapons to Taiwan after being pressed on the issue by Xi. Helping Taiwan to defend itself against a potential Chinese invasion has been America's foreign policy in the region since the year 1979. On that, Donald Trump told reporters this, quote, "I'll be making decisions, but I think the last thing we need right now is a war that's 9,500 miles away. You don't say." Now, in no small part because Donald Trump is obviously stuck in a war in another part of the world, about that far away with no way out, and it is a war that has dramatically weakened him politically here at home, as well as on the world stage. It's something that was made all too apparent when he was pressed about
I done hopped off the YouTube tape.
That's how Donald Trump responded to questions from New York Times reporter David Sanger, who wrote that damning piece on Xi gaining the upper hand at the summit. He asked
bet. Y'all can still hear me. Okay, bet. Yeah, I mean, it's a cold way out there. They see somebody to pick him up. Hey, man. That's some diabolical nonsense. Personally, I don't know. I don't know how you can even apply for that type of job. Like, I want to, like, what you even see on that entity? Like, I used to rob dudes in my life. Like, what kind of experience would you even have that would make sense to do a job like this? I don't know. To me, I don't know. Personally, I think that's insane. But
Sorry
not
about that.
everybody
Sorry
reads
about that.
right. No,
Yeah.
that's good. That's good. No, that's good. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I
Yeah.
was just talking about shit. Yeah,
Okay, well, let me
yeah.
see. I got somebody else over here real quick. Let me just pull them up too and see what they got to say. I'm going to add them to the
Oh,
call.
perfect. Yeah.
Just stay up here. I'm going to see if I can add them to the call too. You still there? Yo, did the guy come up? Let me see something. Sorry about that, y'all. I had to answer the door. But I don't, hold on. Is this up? Here we go. Hold on. Let me see if I. Yeah. Wait a second. Now, who is this? This is T. Yo, you got to answer, T. What's the deal? Let me try to call one more time for T here. T, you there?
Oh, hold up. Let me go ahead and
Okay.
turn down some. I'm not double flooding you.
It sounds good though. Audio sounds good. Sorry about that, y'all. I had to answer the
Just
door.
put this computer together. I'm piecing out some software stuff.
Okay. No worries. Yeah, so folks, that is what what's happening right now with this with the changing of sides of the US, how the global perception of the US right now. Let me get my camera up too, so I see people can't even see me. The global perception right now, it's like it's not doing too. You said my audio's too low? How about now? Is it good now? Yeah.
I'll hear you fine.
You talking about? Oh, I think they talking about your audio. No, I can fix that on my side. Let me see something.
My buddies were just saying something about that too, so I got to figure that out.
No, I can do it. 2 seconds here. I don't know why it's not. Why my thing is not set up. It should be. What is it? Hold on. Let me see something. 2 seconds. Focus right. Why is it not opening yours up? It should be here. But in any case, yo, where you from, man? Let me know where you from. What's happening? What state you from?
Originally, I'm from Virginia, but the past 10 years I've been traveling around. Part of the job.
Okay. Where you been at? Just around the country or outside or what?
North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, Japan. I've been around. California.
Okay. Well, good to have you up, man. I'm glad you decided to hop up. Now, let me know. So, what's on your mind? How you feel about Trump? What's going on, man? How do you feel about the country? It doesn't have to be Trump. It could just be the country in general, man. Because sometimes we focus on parties and focus on, individuals, but never get to just speak about our overall feelings. You know what I mean?
I do. You actually had a comment in your chat when I first signed on, and it was the first thing I replied to, saying that independent parties don't get the representation that every other party does.
Oh, right.
It's because it's a losing battle. If I vote independent, my vote is useless.
Right.
So you have to vote with one, basically with the one that is closest to where you are, and even then, it's usually less than 50% of where you're at.
Yeah, you don't want to drown out your own vote by voting for a party or a candidate that can't win. That's part of democracy too, right? That's part of navigating it. You got to know that, and everybody does that every time they vote. You don't always. Part of democracy is that you don't get everything you want. That's part of democracy, and if it would be nice if you did get everything you wanted, right? But we know people that vote know that that's not how it works. So you also have to vote defensively too. You also got to weigh out. Now there's probably going to be like maybe 50. It could be some people is 50 issues. Some people is 20 issues that matter. For other people it's 10 issues, right? And then, but whether it's 10 or, you could say whether it's 20, 10 or 5 issues that are most important to you, right? You might, let's say if it's 5 that are most important, would you vote for somebody that gives you 4 versus someone that gives you 1? You would never do that, right?
I'm probably going to go for the one that does 4. Being from Virginia, I'm in an interesting spot because they just had that whole gerrymandering Supreme Court thing.
Yes.
And I've been arguing with people on Reddit because I apparently have too much free time. And
you good,
I
man.
was saying that we're way beyond where these weird districts need to be drawn for the sake of population.
Yeah.
It is of my opinion that and the population's big enough too. If you are big enough to have a county or a city, these districts don't need to exist. So
if you're big enough to have a county or a city, what do you mean by that? I'm not sure what you mean. Sorry about that.
Because it's all based on population. So if you're at X population, you're a county. At a certain point, it upgrades, and I could be backwards on that.
I understand.
X is county, X is city. So the need for these weird districts is just we're way past that.
Right.
You could literally just say it's this county or this city if it's big enough.
Right.
And my belief is that the way it should be now, because we have the way to track it is seats per vote per capita.
Seats per vote per capita.
So if you have, because your city has 100,000 people and you get X amount of seats.
Right. You mean more democratic.
Correct.
Yeah. That's what it sounds like to me. More Democrat. It shouldn't be more votes, less reps.
Right. And that's the part that's blowing my mind. I'm a libertarian.
Yeah. Okay.
Which I guess on a straight line platform, which I don't see it that way. It's more of a dartboard.
Okay.
You got your left and your right laterals, but there's also a bunch of stuff all around the sides. I don't see it as a straight line because that's not an accurate depiction of it.
No.
You got extremes of everything.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of different ways to qualify and measure populations too, right? Because then there's economics, right? There's geography, right? Then there's, so it could segue. It could be some nuances there that should be represented. But let me ask you this. Now, for me, I'm an American. I live in Denmark, though, right? So I'm born and raised in the U.S., but I live in Denmark. As a grown person, I moved to Denmark, right? Now, let me ask you this. What do you think about universal health care, for example, in the United States?
So being in Japan really gave me an interesting insight into this.
Yeah.
They have socialized healthcare.
Yeah.
But part of that
is it socialized?
It is socialized.
But what does it mean though? Is it socialized? Because I don't like in Denmark. I know it's not socialized. That's not what they call it. So I'm curious where you get that word from. But go ahead.
I could be getting terms mixed up. It's a kind of a catch-all now.
Okay.
It is free healthcare for the public.
Okay.
It is very, very slow.
Okay.
But what they do is part of that health care is annual checkups.
Okay. Right.
And they try to eliminate taxpayer burden for self-induced risks.
Okay. Oh, really? Self-induced risks. Damn, that's crazy.
In Japan, you do not see any fat people in Japan.
Oh, because you saying that's why?
Yeah. So part of that health risk is if you are obese, they will start to crack down on you, and they're going to say, "Hey, you need to correct this, otherwise you're going to be at risk of losing your health care." And if you go long enough without any change or any correction on your end, and they'll run the test, they'll make sure it's not hormonal or anything like that.
Right.
But if you don't do anything to fix it on your end, they either say you're going to go to fat camp or you're going to lose your health care.
Damn. And how do you think, like, for example, let me see something. How do you think these guys, if you said that to them, I got to play this. What do you think they would say? These are Trump supporters.
You are my daddy.
Let's say, are you talking about your comments?
I'm talking about these guys on the screen. Can you see them right now? It's these.
I just turned it back on.
It's these.
Oh, the two dudes right there. So they would probably lose healthcare. Either that or they get super ripped. But like you'll see 90-year-old ladies there like running marathons. It's wild.
But let me ask you this: why do you think that works? I'm not saying it doesn't work for Japan, but I'm just curious about that because when I look at health, first thing I do is I look at the grocery stores. What's in what is the food people are eating? And I gotta tell you, man, that food, there's a lot of preservatives on the shelf in the U.S. A lot of salt.
Food out there.
A lot of
my
sugar.
stomach revolted when I got back.
Okay.
I was messed up.
See, let me just say something. Your comment, right? It's kind of reminding me of this idea that that we all start in the same place, and I'm not too sure about that. Like, I'm not saying you mean it that way, but it's just reminding me, like, sometimes there's other underlying factors that people are born into. And why is it, I get this idea about, like, why should I have to pay for your health care if you're not healthy? But a lot of things may not have anything to do with the person themselves, anything that they did wrong. Maybe you were born somewhere and there was dirty water in your city, and you have a underlying health issue. Maybe it could be anything, that is, it could be maybe some sort of a genetic thing that this person has that's making them, maybe larger or different. You see what I mean? I just don't understand that. Like, what's wrong with just saying everybody should get access to the healthcare they need?
So this was actually a topic that I got that little notification and I was like, ooh, I'm stirring some shit up. I got you started a conversation tab. And I had said that I have no problem with supporting the general health or the general public.
Yeah.
So long as it's not self-inflicted.
So long as it's like, so you mean like cigarette smoke?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like literally I did this to myself.
Okay.
Through bad decisions, through this, that, and the other. If it's genetic, if it is environmental, like that is its own separate thing.
Right.
And I had to specify with this one dude who just was not getting the message. He probably wasn't even a real guy. But it's not a or it's everyone's admitted until they're not. It's not a you have to be accepted.
Okay.
So everyone starts off approved.
Okay.
In the perfect world, in my head, everyone starts off approved, and then they basically dwindle themselves back.
Okay. That's interesting, man. I never thought, I didn't know Japan's health system worked that way. Let me see here.
This is mine here.
That's what you got. Oh, you mean in the U.S.? You still in Japan or what?
No, I'm back in the U.S.
Okay. Oh, so that's yours now. Okay. Let me see something here. Denmark.
But that's from being there.
Okay. Healthcare system. Let me just pull up a few facts about that. Let me see what this Gemini
I will say
pulls up.
you had mentioned that there's a lot of stuff in the food here. There's a lot of things that we don't either regulate or we don't do anything about that could eventually cause issues. Lost my train of thought there for a second.
No, you were talking about I was saying about the preservatives in the food. The food itself on the shelf, man. It's made, the U.S. food is made to last months on the shelf, which is a lot of the preservatives in it are not good for your body. A lot of sugar, additives to make it last longer on the shelf. And it's like, I found out one interesting thing yesterday. I was on the way to work, and somebody I was talking to on the public transport system, they reminded me of something. And I'm going to look this up right now. Well, what they told me is that there was a government official from the U.S., from the Food and Health. What is it called? Is that what it's called in the U.S.? Food and Health?
FDA.
FDA, right. It's called the Food and Drug Administration, right? FDA. They had a representative come from the FDA to Denmark to Novo Nordisk, right? Because they make medicine. And that person, when they got here, they found out, they didn't realize this, but apparently they didn't realize that The United States is one of the only countries that has those two agencies mixed up into one. Food and and drugs administration.
I had a ninth grade health and PE teacher explain why that is, and I still don't agree with it. I don't know if it's a Webster dictionary. I haven't looked it up, and if I did, it was 15 years ago. The definition of a drug that we use is anything that alters your body or state of mind.
Okay.
And I know Snickers jumped on that because you're not yourself when you're hungry.
Okay.
So I don't know if that has anything to do with it. I don't think they should be together.
Well, the idea that I came up with here, I just looked it up because I hadn't looked it up before. It's what someone told me yesterday. It's 25 to 30 nations that have those mixed up. Single unified government agency responsible for overseeing both food safety and pharmaceutical drugs, right? But the person told me that it's a way of getting around regulatory processes, basically checks and balances, right? And
mixing them or keeping them separate?
I mean, because they both got separate jobs, right?
If you keep them together, then they know ways around the rules. If you keep them separate, they don't know how to work together. So you kind of have to pick one.
Okay, you have to pick one. Yeah, see,
I would assume. I don't know a whole lot about the FDA. But.
Yeah. I'm curious. It seems like it's more streamlined. But let me see here. It's just a thought. I haven't really looked deeply into it. But look, it says here major nations that combine food and drug agencies. It's the United States, South Korea, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, Nigeria, Ghana.
I've been to the Philippines. That place is dirty. I don't know if I trust them on that one, but
Ghana.
The food was good, but
the last guest was from Ghana, from up in the Bronx. That was just on. Then there's Ghana. I thought I was adding you to the call, but it broke his call off. But in any case, you were waiting a little bit, so it's cool that you're up. Ghana, Colombia.
We can both jump into the voice channel if you want.
Yeah, maybe I will. I'm not sure if I even figured out how to do that, but I will see what's up. But let me read this one. Let me see. Colombia, Argentina, Taiwan. Other examples globally: Middle East, Jordan, Iran, Laos, Food and Drug Department. Okay, let me see. Africa, Ethiopia, Tanzania, though primarily medicines, handles some food crossover. While most countries don't combine them, right? Most developed regions, including European Union and Canada, actively split these duties. They argue that that supervising industrial farming, restaurant hygiene, and slaughterhouses requires an entirely different scientific skill set and infrastructure than inspecting chemical pharmaceutical labs, approving clinical trials, and monitoring medical devices. Right. So, I was just curious about that myself when I heard that. But food, let's see here. What is the difference between food on the common grocery store shelf in the USA and in the EU? Because I know EU has more regulations, and I'm just curious. I would be thinking food coloring and preservatives, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is because of the impact on health, right? So let's see here. It says if you walk into a grocery store in the United States and then into the European Union, the shelves might look remarkably similar at first glance. You will see many of the same global brands like Coca-Cola, Heinz, or Kellogg's. However, what is inside those boxes and bottles can be radically different. The divide between U.S. and the EU grocery store shelves comes down to a fundamental clash in regulatory philosophy, resulting in distinct differences in ingredients, agriculture practices, and labeling. The core philosophy, risk-based versus precautionary. The biggest reason food differs in how governments decide if an ingredient is safe. The U.S. approach, FDA, focuses on risk management and safe dosage. An ingredient is generally permitted unless it is definitely proven to cause harm at standard consumption levels. The U.S. also relies heavily on the GRAS, generally recognized as safe loophole, which allows manufacturers.
I do rely on grass.
Yeah, generally, yeah, grass, exactly right. Which allows manufacturers self certify certain ingredients without strict pre-market FDA approval. So shit's going in there that's not approved, right?
Yeah.
Now, the EU approach, EFSA, operates on the precautionary principle. If there is scientific uncertainty or any suspicion that an ingredient might cause harm, even if not definitively proven, the EU errs on the side of caution and bans or severely restricts it, right? So additives, another difference is additives, dyes, and preservatives. Because of these differing philosophies, thousands of food additives, usually routinely in the U.S., are banned or heavily restricted in Europe. Artificial dyes, colors, red 40, yellow 5, and yellow 6 are ubiquitous in the U.S. cereals, in the U.S. cereals, candies, and sodas. In the EU, foods containing these dyes must carry a warning label stating they may have an adverse effect on activity and attention in children. To avoid this warning, brands in the Europe formulate their products using natural coloring like turmeric, beetroot juice, and paprika. Right. And then there is titanium dioxide, used as a whitening agent in U.S. candies like Skittles, pastries, and coffee creamers. This additive was entirely banned by the EU because regulators could not rule out potential genotoxicity, DNA damage. Damn. But what do you, in terms of health, right? What do you think about this? See, the reason why I brought this up is because I don't believe everybody starts in the same place, right?
So I've got an interesting stance on that because part of my job has gotten me certified as a personal trainer, nutritionalist.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure someone in the comments would be like, "That's just a certification. That doesn't mean anything. That's not backed by a college."
Maybe it could be good. It's still a certification. You still learn. You're learning from by the actual health administration, right?
Yeah, information is information, and the stuff I've learned has actually helped people. But part of those tests, and I haven't signed on to the genetic. It's either I want to say it's like genetic. It's in a nutshell, it is genetic one.
Yeah.
It's how to train you based on what your body's inherent biology is.
Uh-huh.
So we do not all start off at the same point. That's just not true. I am more likely to die because of a heart-related issue because of family history.
True. It could be hereditary. That's what I mean.
That one, that one's 100% hereditary. Yeah. So by that logic, and that's kind of why I've stayed away from 23andMe, is if an insurance company gets a hold of that, all of a sudden my insurance rates are going to go through the roof.
Right. I get it.
Yeah. We do not start at the same spot.
Yeah.
We can get to the same spot, but we don't start there.
Yeah, and my thoughts are, do we need to? Because look, let's say I look at it like this. Let's say you fighting. How can I say this? Not fighting. Let's say you want to clean a house, right? Make it simple. In a house, you might have a bookshelf where a tall person might need to take care of what's on top. A tall person doesn't want to take care of what's on the ground all the time, right? Why? Because your bodies are totally different, right? You're going to get more efficiency if you're using different kinds of people, right? If you're kind of mixing it up, tall people, short people, right? It's just a simple explanation, right? A simple example.
Right tool for the right job.
Yeah, the right tool for the right job. So if you just learn how to incorporate people, right, into situations, and maybe, let's say, instead of trying to make everyone the same, let's focus on what people's strengths are, right? To me, it sounds like we can get the most out of everybody. Now, I'm not, it could easily go off rail and sound like I'm suggesting something that I'm not. Like, I'm not trying to say that how can I say this? Certain kind of people are meant for the farm. Other kind of peoples are meant for the office job. I'm not saying that. I'm just giving a basic example about health, how we still need healthy people no matter what. Like even handicapped people in today's work market have jobs.
So one thing that's actually kind of pissed me off about RFK since he's been in office, in Japan, they actually had, I don't know if it's an app. As a foreigner, I was not privy to the actual experience, but the general public there, they actually get a workout plan every single day.
Right.
And it's something that you can do at home. It's either like go for a jog for this amount of time, do these stretches, it's calisthenic workouts. And they release that every day.
Okay.
And that's part of their healthcare.
Right.
Because their big thing is they don't want people, they want to be able to take care of as many people as possible.
Yeah.
Without anyone being a burden on the taxpayer.
Well, here's the thing that I thought about. This is the biggest thing that comes to my mind. It's not that I don't think people should ascribe to be healthy. Me, I don't always press myself to eat only healthy. Sometimes I don't eat healthy, but generally,
you eat cheat days.
Yeah, generally, I eat okay healthy, pretty healthy. You know what I'm saying? Like, but here's the thing. In the United States, it's already been proven that we just pay more for the same product. We're paying like 4 and 5 times for the same health product. So what's making our healthcare a burden on the American citizen is the administrators. It's the administration, how it's administrated. And healthcare is so important. It's such an important industry because everybody needs it, right? Just like education is so important. But the thing about it is like healthcare, but in Europe, they pay between 5 and 10% administrative cost. That's why their overall healthcare costs are cheaper. Same product, cheaper costs. It's administrated by the government, though. You see what I mean? The government is keeping the tabs.
The wait times are egregious, though.
No, it's not. It depends on what you mean. And this is another thing. People need to cue in on what they mean by what wait time, because if I want to get a blood test, it might take me like 2 days, 3 days before I get into it.
I guess it could be. Is it situation dependent?
It is situation depend. Well, it depends on what kind of blood test. But like if you see a specialist, that's different. But in Denmark, a blood test, no, because that's just your primary caregiver that does the blood test. It's just a blood test. Then they send it to a lab, right? So, but I'm just talking about a blood test, right? I'm not saying an operation. The blood test can happen inside of my doctor's office. You know, they send it off to the lab. Then 2 days, 3 days later, they get the results back, right? But in some countries, it might take longer. But Americans got to understand something. You're a highly industrialized country that is the number one, the richest country that's ever existed in humanity. If a country that is not the richest that's ever existed in humanity can actually do it pretty, like Denmark is pretty comparable to the U.S. when it comes to the quality of the healthcare, right? You can kind of see that you should be able to do it even better, right? But that's my thinking behind it. I don't think having more money, right, us being richer, us being the most powerful means we would do it worse.
So as far as healthcare goes, from what I've seen, I've seen a couple of like itemized receipts from those with and without health with insurance.
Yeah.
Trying to think, who was it? Someone in my family doesn't have insurance, or at least didn't at the time. And somebody else did. And the insurance for the person without was substantially cheaper. It was still a lot, but it wasn't as bad as the person with insurance, which means that there is gouging going in.
No, you know what it is? It's the administrators. In the U.S., there's 4 different administrators. They're all private. And in the U.S., you're paying 30% of the service you get. Let's say if you get an operation, it doesn't matter what you get. If it's a doctor's visit, if it's an operation, 30% of the cost is an administrative cost. It's not a service. In Denmark, it's 5%. 5% of the cost is administrative. Across Europe, it averages out. The highest is 10% in Canada. So it's the administrator. So we're making healthcare. We're turning healthcare. Don't get me wrong. There's other aspects to business. Like the reason why I asked you about the term socialize is because in Denmark, just because the government is the administrator, it doesn't mean there's not private parts of it to the healthcare thing. Like I work for a company that provides certain kind of healthcare too. It's a private company. You see what I'm saying? But the administrative costs are only 5%. So
one thing that I've noticed being back is, so I was watching a lot of the stuff while I was in Japan. I was there recently. It wasn't like 20 years ago I was in Japan. It was a very recent move back to America.
Okay.
And I noticed that a lot of what I was hearing and a lot of what I was seeing, what I was hearing was a very generalized, not super well informed of how the machine works type of view.
Right. I understand. And that's not good.
And in Virginia, there's a bunch of private hospitals.
Right.
That's because they got VCU there. So there's the college one, there's a couple of government ones, but outside of that, it's a lot of private entities that also take standard healthcare.
Yeah.
So bureaucracy is kind of one of those. I need records of things. Yeah. I don't need things to take forever, and I don't need things to be expensive.
Right.
And the thing that I noticed being in Japan is there doesn't seem to be a middle ground in America.
Oh, right. You mean like you either getting good healthcare or you're not getting healthcare at all. Is that what you mean? No middle ground?
It kind of.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Out there, for Americans, they have the right to refuse you service, and I'm not entirely sure why that is. It could be that they don't want to cause a scene. It could be that they don't want to, or maybe they don't feel like they can treat you. In America, if you go to a hospital, you'll get the treatment. So that's one thing that I wasn't ever able to like pin down as a particular issue. And you might have a better answer for that being in Denmark. Maybe it is.
I can tell you this, right? I'm 56. Before we had what people call Obamacare, even though it's called something else in reality, before that, you had another
Affordable Health Care Act.
Yeah, the Affordable Health Care Act. Before Obama, and it's really not even Obama, it's the Congress. It's the Congress and the Senate who made this. You know, Obama just signed it, right? He asked for a plan that would get more people covered. Congress and the Senate drafted the plan, right? But but the thing is that before Obamacare, I remember the 80s, you know, and I'm from Washington, D.C., and we got a hospital. It used to be called Capitol Hill Hospital, right? Only hospital on Capitol Hill, right? And I don't know if it's open anymore. I don't think so. I think they turned into an elder folks home or something later. But there was a big story about a guy that was shot, was brought to the hospital because that was the closest hospital, and he died on the steps of the hospital because they refused to take him because he didn't have any health care. Just that simple. There was a lot of people in the United States in the 80s getting refused even ambulance rides to a hospital, things like this. Like there was a big problem. So that's what motivated Congress to try to do something better to get more people involved, right? But the problem is that it's still privatized, right? So I'm talking about the administration is still private. The administration cost, the cost of the ambulance, the cost of the operation, the cost of the medicine, you know, maybe not medicine, but the cost of the doctor visit, the cost 30%. That your 30% is just administrative fees. That's not a service. That's not the care that's not what the doctor's getting paid. That's not that's not the cost of the operation. It's not the cost of the hospital. It's the cost of the administration.
So did you I'm assuming that you heard about the I think this was when Doge was going through everything, and somebody had reported a box of paper clips being $3,000.
Yeah. I heard that. Something like that. I heard something.
That's one of those things that I find infuriating.
Well, that's a different thing, though. That's different. But yeah, if there's waste,
no, medical does it too.
No, I'm saying if
So
there's waste,
how does a bag of salt water cost $800?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that's an issue also. That's what I mean. I think that's also an issue. But then again, I'm not trying to undermine that or say that's not an issue. But then again, a good administrator would get on that problem, right?
Well, so I bring that up is the reason that I bring that up is if the bag of saline, which is what they hook you up if you need a knife, just fluids, if that didn't cost however much it did, because realistically it costs 80 cents for the salt and the water, and then maybe $5 for the bag, $5 for the line, and $2 for the needle. But they're charging upwards of $100 for it. If it didn't cost that, the insurance premium wouldn't be as high.
Well, you're dealing with another side of it. You're talking about how much a product cost. I'm talking about what the administrative fees are. So the biggest cost,
like middlemen.
The biggest cost is somebody sitting at a desk, not operating on you. That's the biggest cost. And when you look at the industry, sure, you could say that provides jobs. Does it though? Is that really providing jobs? How many jobs is it? Or is it just them overpricing?
I hope those guys are as scared about AI as everyone else.
They might be scared about AI. That's another dynamic, but I mean,
yeah, that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
The thing is that your operation, your administrative fee should not be half of what your actual operation is.
No, absolutely not.
You see what I mean? That's just insane. That means, so you know why it's that way? It's because the CEOs are raking in the dough, man. That's what that is. It's a corporation providing a service. So that corporation is making huge amounts of money on an important industry that every person needs. That's not right. See, if it was a privilege, if it was something like Air Jordan tennis shoes, you wouldn't care what the administrative fee was, because that's a luxury. Let people that need luxuries pay all the money they want. But is healthcare a luxury? Right? And when tax dollars go into it, should it be handled like it's a luxury? Probably not. Not when it's tax dollars, and it's tax dollars funding this. So the truth is that the healthcare industry is ripping. It's just Trump even says it. Everyone knows it. The healthcare industry, the administrators, they are ripping off the American people. That's what they're doing. And that's where you see the cost come down. Now, look, there's also this side of it. Like you said, look at the screen. It says here, actual liquids inside of a standard 1 liter bag of saline, which is just sterile salt water, cost about $1 to $2 to manufacture globally. However, a patient is actually billed for the bag of saline. That's what you're talking about. In Denmark versus the United States highlights the starkest difference between the two healthcare systems. In Denmark, 0. If you are treated in a Danish hospital and required an IV backup or hydration, the bill sent to you is exactly 0. How it works, because Denmark's healthcare is entirely tax funded and free at the point of delivery. Individual items like saline bags, syringes, gouges. Okay, but I think they didn't get that right. Let me see something. That is true, but I want to know how much it costs the state. But in any case, internal costs, that's what we're getting at now. Internal costs. Within the hospital internal budget, the regional government purchases these bags in bulk from medical suppliers for roughly $1.50 to $3 per bag. In the United States, it's $100 to $1,000.
Yeah,
that's fucking insane.
If that was not the case, I don't think insurance would be the issue that it is.
No, but
because then it wouldn't have to be. Well,
yeah.
So I'm trying to think of the way to explain it. So you would think of it as the best thing that comes to mind is Costco. When you're buying in bulk, you typically get a cheaper price.
You're supposed to.
The government almost always buys in bulk. So why is their rate so high? Why is the box of paper clips $800?
Yep. Exactly. Why is
because
that?
if that was lower, then we wouldn't be in the situation that we were in. Medicare wouldn't cost as much to the taxpayer, and it wouldn't be the issue that both sides are fighting for. The right side wouldn't care because it wouldn't cost as much, and the left side wouldn't care because everybody can get it.
Yeah, but here I think there's another fundamental difference here though too. I agree with that though. I agree with that. But I think overall it's very simple. You got a country full of people like you, man. It's got the same issues you have, right? Everybody got issues. Everybody needs to get up there and find a way to do something. And if you're sick, you can't go to work. If you're sick, you can't even get down to do anything really if you're sick. Right? So what good are you if you're sick to anybody else? What good are you to the society if you're sick? Right? No.
Yeah, I get sick once a year or maybe twice, and I am dead to the world for about 4 days. So
yeah. So everybody's more used to the society when they're not sick. Right? So that's a primary area. That's not even primary. That's a rudimentary, fundamental thing. Right? If you're not healthy, right? Or let's put it this way. If you are sick, you can't do the rest of the things. Period. If you're sick, you can't do your job in the military. If you're sick, you can't do your job in the government. If you're sick, you can't do your job in Costco. If you're sick, you can't do your, whatever job you would do. Even if you're self-employed, if you're sick, you can't do that. So it kind of goes against the fundamental concept that we have in the U.S. And that is, like, let's say you go out and you create a job for yourself. How do you just go out there and create a job for yourself when all it takes is for you to be sick and it's all over? You see what I mean? So there has to be some kind of underpinning that gives everybody a possibility to just go out there and do their best, right? And then once you have those things, then whatever happens to you is on you. You see what I mean? So that's what I kind of like about Denmark is like this. At universal education. So if you don't get an education, right, maybe you have special needs or maybe there's something different. That doesn't count. But if you're a normal, healthy person, right, and you don't get an education in Denmark, it's not because of the money. It's not because you couldn't afford it. It's because you didn't want to do it. You didn't put your mind.
That's the reason that I like. That's the reason that I like Japan's model so much.
Yeah, but then you can't blame
they're giving
somebody.
You all the,
yeah,
they're giving you all the tools. Their food is phenomenal. They give you hey, just do this minimum workout routine. It takes 15, 20 minutes a day. Like they give you everything.
Right.
So for you to not be where you need to be to contribute, and while we were there, we moved into our apartment. We drove to the store, and they had just broken ground on a new hotel complex.
Right.
Within 3 months, that entire complex was built, and there was a convenience store in the parking lot, and there were people in the hotel.
Okay. Yeah.
So like what they're doing is working. And they're giving the people everything that they need to do it.
Basically, I mean, they're just making sure everyone has the basics, so there's no excuse, and the attitudes change. So, people's attitudes change. So when they look at you and they say, okay, you're not doing something with your life, they're wondering, okay, maybe you need some help understanding how this works, or maybe you don't know what your possibilities are. Okay, then you try to help people find out what their possibilities are, but there's no excuse at that point.
Yeah,
but
it's by no means a one strike and you're out system.
Right. It's not a one strike and you're out system. It's not like, here, you get this, and if you still can't figure it out, fuck you, you should have. It's not like that. It's just saying that we know in a country, there's certain things everyone needs. Without those certain things, you can't achieve. Right. And on top of that, there will be people that will say, I don't need a formal education and become a billionaire, but that's 1 in a billion, right? I mean,
those are the outliers.
Yeah, that could happen, but the average person needs access to education so they can get a certification, right? Get a trades job or get a university education, whatever it is they need. And guess what? Without being in debt. And then guess what? So they can improve themselves. And then let's say 10 years later, let's find out that the industry has changed. The market has changed. You might need to go back to school, but at least you have everybody in your society working. You know, you got everybody in your society having a good opportunity to educate themselves and provide for themselves after, you know. But I mean, that's what I like about Denmark, is that you can't put it on somebody else, your issues, you know. It's either you want to achieve something or you don't, because the bare minimum everyone pretty much has taken care of. Whereas though in the US, I mean, I'm just saying this as an American, I've seen people struggle, and I've seen a lot of people I know, if they had a little more opportunity, they would definitely be doing a lot better than they are, but they just don't. Something like a technical school. I mean, can everyone afford the cost of a technical school? Let's say you want to become let's say, I know this is a funny trade, but let's say HVAC, for example, or electrician. Can everybody afford it? Is it private?
So I'm in a weird spot for that one, because my high school did offer that in high school.
That's good.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the course, but you could. It was a 2-year thing. So your first year, you would actually go to the class to get the. I don't even know if it was a certification,
right?
But you would go to get the education, and in the second year, the entire. I think it was every other day, you actually went to go get hands-on training in that field.
Right. That was in Virginia?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if they still do it. That was a while ago, but
I think it was a fantastic
program.
Yeah, I think they do have trade schools, you know. I'm not sure what the deal is in US, if it's like university now. I know it's changed through time. Like my father's generation, trade schools were everywhere. That was a part of high school. But that's DC. But then at some point DC phased out a lot of the trade schools, you know. And then now I think they might be pushing back to it because they realize young people don't have enough to do, right? But let me see something here. Let me just try to look something up. Also, the same thing with university. You know, I know that there's some things people aren't going to agree with, or they will always believe that, okay, the U.S. doesn't need to go this route. But for example, right now, it doesn't matter what education you get. In Denmark, it's free. It doesn't matter if you want to be a doctor, or if you want to be a lawyer, or if you want to be something else, an electrician. It's free, and you get paid to go.
This is education, right?
Right, any kind of education.
So I'm super split on the education thing.
Okay, there you go.
I think gen ed should 100% be covered.
Okay.
Anything specialized, and this is where the split happens. What makes America the edge of the blade as far as advancement in medical is that we charge as much as we do. So
what do you mean? Because we charge as much as we do? Oh, really? Okay.
It's got the funding.
All right.
Other countries don't have the funding, and you can see it in the development aspect.
Yeah, but what does the funding? What does the funding have to do with it? Because we're the richest country on earth. Look at the funding we put. Our taxes are paying for people to go to the moon. Elon Musk's project is our project. It's taxpayer funded project. So
it has now been contracted, but it wasn't when it was developed.
Well, but what I mean is, without the U.S. dollars, taxpayer paying into it, it's not possible. It's only possible because of how our country is formed. Is what makes our country able to do these things is because we have 350 million people paying taxes into one pool. So that's a lot of power generated into one single event. So if we want to go to space, was backing up our space program, it's actually taxpayers. You know, no individual person could beat that. You see what I mean?
Sorry, I was replying to a guy in your feed.
Yeah. So I agree.
I'm trying to maintain two conversations here.
Yeah, no worries. But I agree. Yeah, it takes funding, but taxpayers are throwing loads of money into shit.
So I don't remember when NASA was cut.
Yeah.
Which, by all means, I think that was a mistake. Elon Musk built Elon Musk built SpaceX from nothing. He wasn't getting subsidies at the time.
Yeah.
To my understanding, there was a military contract several years ago.
Yeah.
But it wasn't, at least as far as I know, it wasn't brought into the main media's focal point until recently.
Yeah.
So you'd have to check that one. I don't know. But as far as I know, he did either build or fund most of his projects from the ground up. My general knowledge on Elon Musk was started with PayPal, took his cut, bought a position in Tesla, may or may not have contributed. I've seen a lot of conflicting information on that.
Yeah.
But whatever he had in Tesla was enough to make him a lot of money.
Yeah.
Which then led to the Boring Company, which got him materials for everything. And then SpaceX happened somewhere in the time frame between PayPal and now.
Right. I get you. I mean, he's but here's the thing. Let me just ask you this. Why if I think about it, you know, I'm just looking at some data now. I'm going to pull it out. When I think about it like this, there has to be a reason why someone like Elon Musk wants to have SpaceX in the United States. And let's be clear. It's because we have money. There's no way he's looking for less money. He's looking for the biggest contract. He's looking for the people that pay out the most. And he's not going to get it anywhere else in the Western world. You know what I'm saying?
I totally agree with that. He's going to the spot where he can make the most money.
And where he can get the most to help him continue developing, right? Because he's not going to just spend his own money forever and then just what? Someone has to buy his stuff. So we're the ones that's going to buy it pretty much. That's maybe he can sell his products to others. Yeah. And he's developing. He's got the, the internet, satellite internet or whatever, and that's spread across different countries in the world. So he's developing
Starlink.
Yeah. Starlink. He's developing outside of the US, but I'm just, I'm curious myself because for me, it just seems like we don't recognize our own potential ourselves as Americans, and what it is to be 350 million people in a Western economy that contributes to one pool. That is the foundation of our power. It's actually the people that's paying into the pool. I'm not dismissing people that might be unemployed or whatever, or people that are homeless, because you can't then, right? That's not a choice. But people that are employed, we're all paying into one thing. That's 350 million people, right? We're the only country outside of China, India, right? Who else has 350 million people, above 350 million?
Well, we got geographical space to account for that.
Yeah.
Did not realize how much space we had until my flight back from Japan.
Yeah, that's true. We're a big country, but we're yeah, that's true. I mean, Russia's only 150 million people, but
Russia's got more space than we do. I think they just don't use it.
Yeah, they got way more space than we do. But China and India have a big working population. They have huge manpower, a lot of manpower, right? The United States, we have space. We have a decent amount of manpower, right? But the thing about it is that the EU is also there. EU's 450 million people, right? But so they're also a big power, right? Because it's not, the quality of life is there. The amount of money per person is there. It's up there. China, it's a little bit lower. India is a little bit lower, but they're catching up, right? But the United States, we're already here. We're already at this ground, right? So to me, when you look at it, it's like anyone would see our country as fertile ground for development, right? That's what I would think. I mean, because that's
why people come here.
That's why people come to the United States. But without this 350 million people generating that amount of economic power, they won't come. Right. So we're already generating this power. So when I look at it that way, I say, OK, why isn't education why isn't education one of those things that we see it just like the more people we get in school, the more educated our population is going to become, the greater engineers that we have, things like this. Where does the private part come into it? Should it come in at the ground level?
I think the private part's what's limiting it.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking, because I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be mixed. Yeah, there can be aspects where it's mixed. But to me, it just seems like manpower wise, we're cutting ourselves short.
Well, so I think the private part's what's limiting it is I can't validate that. I don't have any proof for it.
Yeah.
This is gonna tie into 2 points, and I'm gonna go ahead and lead with this one because it's gonna be the most controversial. I by no means am a Trump fanboy, but he is a businessman, and America is the largest consumer in the world. We consume we consume more as a populace than any other country in the world.
Yeah.
So if I'm a businessman, I'm not going to say it's not an abuse of power, but if I am a businessman and I know that my country consumes more than any other country in the world, and I know that they're going to do it regardless.
Right.
How am I going to get that money? I'm going to put tariffs in place.
This guy, Trump, is crazy, man. He's just...
I don't agree with the tariffs because I know that people...
Yeah, because it's like saying... It's like, the problem with his tariff thing is that tariffs... we always have tariffs. It's not a matter of whether we should have tariffs. The problem is how he did the tariffs is idiotic. It's like he just said... he just decided to destroy everything with a tariff. No one told him to do that. No one told him to make people starve. Why do we have to starve? Why do we have to starve for him to have tariffs? We could both.
I looked it up when he did it. I know. And apparently, and it's not across the board, but other countries did have similar levels of tariffs on us.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. His approach is crazy because here's the thing. Like you said, we consume more, right? So there you have it. You just said it right there. So if we consume more, why do you think we want to pay more too? That's not that. If we're consuming more, we want to pay less for our shit.
So it's a 2-part issue there.
Okay.
Because we have the largest debt in the world. Actually, I think China just passed us, or at least in relation to what their country brings in. So we either were passed by China and they're past 38 or 30, whatever we're at now, 37 trillion. Either they're past us now on that hand, or they're below us, but they make substantially less, that their number is more crippling to their economy.
Well, here's the thing, man. You talking macro numbers. I'm talking American people. And when we talk about
the effect on the person,
the effect on the society, you ain't doing nothing right if it's adversely affecting your people wrong. That's the problem. There's nothing you could be doing right if it makes your own people suffer. That's exactly the opposite thing we're supposed to do. So, again, it's not about tariffs. It's about how do you utilize tariffs to improve the everyday American's life in real terms.
And that's one thing I'm trying to find now.
Yeah, we could do the macro thing. Yeah, look, this is what happened with Trump.
I mean micro. I mean on my end, because all I had while I was in Japan was, the price of eggs are this, or everything's going to go up, but nobody was giving specific examples. I recently furbished an entire apartment for $1,000, like from the ground up.
Listen, housing is cheaper. As soon as you leave the U.S., housing is cheaper. You know,
I did notice that rent is substantially lower overseas.
It is cheaper overseas. You know, and that's another issue. But let's stick with the first part here, the tariffs. Let's just stay with the tariffs. What happened was he hit the tariffs. The effect was, because that's all that matters is the effect. You can only judge things by the effect. Then you know if it's good or bad. The effect was you pay more for shit now that you needed. It wasn't just stuff you wanted, because we're not just consumers of stuff we want. We're consumers of stuff we need. And that's where his problem went wrong. He made the prices go up or the shit we need, the average American, instead of what do you call it, segueing slowly and in a comprehensive manner into a different type of economy. He just said, wow, from one day to the next.
Do you mind if I use your chat real quick?
Go ahead. No. Go for it.
Because I was not here when all of that started. So I'm going to ask the chat, what was the thing that they bought most frequently that went up in price?
Okay, well, all right, ask them that. But then here's the thing. Then what happens?
Because I just bought 60 eggs for $7, and everyone that I see on the internet's like, oh, eggs are $7. And I was like, what do you need 60 eggs for? Like, I eat 60 eggs.
Well,
I don't see what they see.
Well, here's the thing. People just go into the stores, all the products, you know, anything that had to be shipped. Anything that had to be shipped cost more, right? Then gas, because gas is also a commodity. Oil is also a commodity. All those things cost more. So the price of everything went up, whether it's foreign goods coming in the country or if it's domestic goods being moved around. It all went up because we don't just make enough gas for ourselves. We produce oil, but we don't turn it all into gas. So
gas and oil, I believe, went up after Iran started. I don't think that was a tariff thing.
No, it is. No. It's part of the tariff too. But it went up extremely after that, but it did go up because of the tariffs. And the reason why is because we don't produce enough gas for us. That's what it is. We don't. We produce oil, but we don't produce enough gas for us. So the oil prices, because we have to ship gas and we have to move gas around. You see that? We actually have to move it in vehicles and all of that shit. So it affected the cost of goods too, right? But everything was affected by his tariffs just because of how he did it. But here's the bigger thing. Letnick sold the tariffs to the American people. Then his son business.
Yeah, someone just asked if I eat a lot of, or if I live on eggs.
Then his son's business, Letnick's son's business, bet that the tariffs would be found to be illegal. And then, so they went out and they bought contracts from different companies, buyouts, saying that if it would be found to be illegal by the Supreme Court, we want to give you this money in advance, and we want to take the tariff money, the fees, the payback that you get, and the extra amount that you get from the government, we want that to be ours. So they bought them out in advance. And then when the tariffs were found to be illegal, they made money off of that. But that didn't help the average American citizen. All that money for the goods that the American citizen had to pay more for, they got none of it back. But the corporations are getting that back plus an extra fee. You know, so it's all chaos at the end of the day. None of it was done to reach the American taxpayer's pocket. None of it was. And you heard Trump the other day say he don't care what the cost of the Iran war is, what the effects are. He doesn't care what the effects are on the average American person. I mean, and that sums up Trump's policies all in all. He doesn't care what the effects are. And that's the opposite of governance. We pay only for one thing, for government to aid us. Government.
Government. Are you keeping a tab of topics by chance?
What do you mean?
I'm not sure if you're like keeping the string of topics, or if you're just letting this free flow as it is.
What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. I'm talking about tariffs.
Because I was about to go on a side tangent for Iran.
Oh no, but no. But what I'm saying is that if the government is not working to improve everyday people's lives, If that's not its primary goal, it's not government.
Welcome to the libertarian standpoint.
Well, I mean, maybe that's what the case is. I don't know if the libertarians feel that way, but
so our big thing is we want, or I can't speak for all. I don't like generalized statements. My big thing, and libertarian. Some guy said that he basically cited what libertarians are. Libertarian is what most closely defines what I am.
But listen, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your governmental philosophy is. If your goal in government is to not improve the average person's life in your society, you are not governing. It doesn't matter what you call it.
Right. Taxes are a fee that you pay, and that fee should go towards a service.
Exactly. That the average taxpayer can use. That's very simple. That's just, otherwise they're paying for something. What's the point in paying it? And
right.
And I think overall that's the issue. So, everybody needs education. Everybody needs a health care. Everybody needs transportation. Everybody needs housing. Everybody needs clean drinking water. Everybody needs food. These are things everybody needs.
Right.
So why is that not able to be managed in the wealthiest country on earth, let alone the wealthiest country that's ever existed? It's obvious, because Elon Musk has more money than any human being has a need for. No human being needs as much money as he has. And we have way too many people like that in the United States of America that have money they just don't need. It's not needed. You see what I mean? And these people live in proximity to every other American. And that gap, that wealth gap, is more extreme than it's ever been in the country's history. That can't be good for anybody.
It's not good, but the idea of it is what brings people to the country.
No. That's not the only idea. Because look, they come to the country, right? Because they thinking, taxes are cheap. That's one aspect. No, you're also coming to the country to do business with the American citizen. And there's 350 million of us you want to do business with. That's why you're coming. That's the primary reason. And if you're not coming to do business with us, don't come. Straight up.
Totally agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like, get out. Go do business with somebody else if you're not coming to do business with us. And I think that's where we forget. We're being told that they only come. The way we talk about these billionaires is like they're doing us a favor. They're not doing us a favor. They need us. It's not us who need them. We're the union. They're not a union. Elon Musk is a person by himself. He can never beat a union of people.
What makes him odd is that he is in a position where the people cannot vote with their dollars.
Somebody just said in the chat, the government isn't meant to provide food. No, I'm not talking about providing food. I'm talking about regulating prices so the average person that lives in your society can afford food. Food is not a luxury. You would have chaos if the average person can't afford to eat. Right? So that's the point. It's being mismanaged. It needs to be some regulations. There needs to be, someone has to manage the food supplies so that it gets out to everybody. That's what the issue is. It's the same thing with heat. It's the same thing with electricity. The government's job is to make sure that it's actually functioning well, not just that you have it, that it exists, but that people have it too. You see what I mean? And it's the same thing for the food supply. That's the government's role, to make sure shit is being managed properly. That's what you pay them for. Why would you not would have paid them for that? And again, it's going back to the same thing that you brought this same issue up. What's your name? The guy that's on the that's on the live with me right now. What's your name?
I'll just go with Lib for the time being.
Okay, so he brought up this other thing. He said the billionaires come to our country because of the low
Billionaires.
tax. Yeah, billionaires
I'm
or
sorry.
whatever. Right.
I did not specify that. Immigrants come to the country with the intent of becoming rich.
Oh well, I'm saying okay. I thought billion. Okay, I thought you were talking about billion.
That was on me. My bad.
Well, we sell the idea that billionaires. Trump sells the idea that billionaires come to our country because our taxes are cheap, right? But I say no. That's not the only reason why. I say they.
He sells the idea to them because we are consumers.
Right, and because our taxes, our business taxes are cheap. That's what he sells every day, right? And then he says consumers too. That's true because we are the biggest. We are biggest consumers, right?
Any businessman should know that.
But again, no, any citizen should know that. Again, we're not just consumers. We're a union, right? We're citizens. That's what the United States offers because all these people
in capitalist society, the citizens vote with their money.
No. I don't know what you mean by that, but here's the thing.
So if you want to do a thing to a company,
you don't vote with your money. You don't vote with your money.
You do. That's why we boycott. That's why we strike.
No, you buy things with your money. You vote,
and the company feels that more than they feel your voice.
But that's not a vote. That's different. You got to distinguish the two. Otherwise, you just like throwing away half of your rights. You know, a vote is a vote.
So voting in politics is voting at the ballot box. Voting as far as the economy goes is voting with your dollar. What makes Elon Musk different is that you can't vote with your money. But if you don't like Jeff Bezos, you just don't shop at Amazon. If you don't like Walmart, you just stop going to Walmart. You can't touch Elon Musk the same way that you can touch all these other guys. That's what makes him weird.
I think no, I don't agree. I don't agree. I mean, I'm not saying everything you're saying is wrong, but no, I don't agree with that because here's the thing. Corporations like that have knocked down small businesses across the country. So it's not like you can just easily say, okay, I don't have to go here.
It's not easy by any means.
No. It's not. Listen, again,
it might not even be possible anymore.
Well, hey, for a lot of people, it's definitely not possible. For some people, it is. But for others, it's the ones that are, it could be harder. But for some, it's impossible too. And then for others, it's no problem at all. You know, that's what the wealth gap is presenting. You know, these differences. You know, but I'm talking about fundamentally. Fundamentally, when corporations come to our country, right, they know they're coming because of the math. They know there's 350 million American people paying into one pool. They know the size of our economy. They know per person how that looks, right? So right now, the average American still has some money in their pocket. Although the cost of goods have gone up, the cost of living has gone up, you still have a certain amount of money still in your pocket. That certain amount of money is still more money than others across the globe. It's still a lot of money to these billionaires and these corporations that want to come to our country, right? But the thing is that when they get there to the country, they're being sold the idea that taxes are cheap, right? That's what Trump tells them. And then, like you said, they're also being told the idea that you want to get into this market. Trump says it like, you know, like the market isn't the people. You see what I mean? Yeah, you want to sell goods to us, but it's not just about whether you want to sell goods to us. And it's not just about Trump making a business deal to let a corporation in. It's about, is government doing it in a way to where it works most efficient and it has the most positive effect for the American people first, the average American person first. Otherwise, the government is not supposed to be doing it. That's the issue right there. You see what I mean? So no matter how
in reference to your billionaires coming over here.
Yeah.
No. If the CEO of Jaguar says that his plant, like his headquarters, is coming here, no, that's probably not going to benefit the person or the individual. But the average immigrant that comes over here, your mom and pop baker from the Middle East. I don't know if you've ever had like Middle Eastern baked goods. They're amazing.
I've had Danish ones. Danish bread.
I'd say there might be a little baklava spot where you live, but
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've tried it. Pastries. You mean pastries? Yeah.
The average mom and pop shop that comes over here, they come here for the opportunity to make more.
I mean,
that's the capitalist dream.
Listen, man. I don't think it's I think you could describe it that way, but I think what's happening is that people are coming. A lot of immigrants are coming to the United States. Yeah, because there's an opportunity to make more money. Sure, why not? Why wouldn't you want to make money, right? But there's a limit. There's a cap on that, right? And there's a reality that you come to confront, right? And I'm not saying that's a issue with people coming, because then again, it's about comprehensive immigration reform. Once you know what you need to make your society work, then you know how many immigrants you should have doing what and from what sectors, from where in the world, this kind of thing, But for a person to just come to the country, they ain't coming because they're baking. You know what I mean? You don't get to come. You don't get an asylum thing because you're a baker. You see what I'm saying? You don't get residency.
Asylum is an entirely topic.
But you don't get residency because you're a baker.
Residency can be for any number of reasons.
Yeah, but it's not because you're a baker. That's it, because we don't need it. That's not what we need. So
that's why I was referring to the capitalist part of it.
Right, but what I mean is that the average person, right? Or you could say capitalist, but the average person, when you come into a society, right, and you want to move into the United States of America, that's one thing why you're coming. But here's the part that I'm talking about. What about the people that are already here? What about them?
Like native-born citizens or immigrants?
No, just the people that are already here. Like, sure, there's always going to be
just general citizens.
Immigration that's the small number. The big number is the people that are already in the U.S. Right? So sure, they might want to come to. Some people might want to come.
The only reason I'm asking, are you referring to the ones that have been here for a while that came from outside, or the ones that were planted here and don't have a choice in
all Americans come from there's only 1% of Americans that don't come from the outside in the United States of America.
1% of one of the largest populations in the world is still a lot of people.
No, but 1% is Native Americans in the United States. Everybody else is an immigrant.
I'm referring to in the generation that's still alive.
Right. So let's not talk about that, because we know that there's people coming. The immigrants, again, if you want to say last year and you want to look at...
If you're assuming that any white guy is an immigrant, like, that kind of skews the argument.
No, that's not skewing the argument. It's a fact. Every year somebody's coming here from somewhere else. And that's how it's been.
Which is why I'm asking, are you talking about somebody who was born here?
What difference?
Are you talking about...
No, I'm talking about the people already there. The people already here. In other words, forget the immigrants. Because immigrant, that's a small number. You could add up the immigrants for 10 years. That's still a tiny number compared to the people that's already there.
So you're talking about citizens. Well, yeah, essentially citizens.
Basically, yeah. I'm talking about Americans.
That's why I was trying to specify.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing that I'm talking about. Again, if we're going to talk about numbers, right? In the United States, 350 million people, Americans, right? Citizens, right? 350 million citizens. Is that it? How many citizens are in the U.S.? Let me see here. Let me just make sure.
A lot.
How many citizens? Let's just keep it there. Citizens are in the USA. Let's just see here. Or I should say, how many citizens does the United States have? But in any case, it doesn't have to be exact. 342 million people and 313 million. Okay, exploring green card holders. Oh, here's a few pics. Hold on. Let me see. 39. Okay.
I'd say immigrants, as in those who have citizenship here. I don't know the percentages, but I want to say we're at more than 1%.
Well, when you say immigrant, see, this is the problem with that. When you say immigrant, it doesn't mean anything, because only 1% of Americans are not immigrants.
Are immigrants?
Are not. Only 1% of Americans are not immigrants in the United States. I mean, right? That's Native Americans. So that means every single year there's been people coming here for the last 250 years and more. 200.
So that's what I was trying to clear up with you, because you're saying Native Americans. When I say
1%.
immigrants, I mean somebody that was not born on the continental United States.
Right. So that's a tiny fraction of the society, man. That's tiny. So the numbers, we don't even need to look at them because their numbers don't compare at all. They're not even a factor. You see what I mean? If you just look at people born in the United States of America, right, whether they're immigrant or not, that are just born there, right, in the United States of America, the government needs to have a plan. If you can come up with a plan just to make sure it does its job right with those people, everything else will turn out fine, you know. But we're doing something different in the United States. We're not even dealing with that. Look at Denmark. Denmark has immigrants, right? It has a small population of immigrants, but it still has immigrants.
Almost every country does.
Right, right.
But the reason I was asking is when I say immigrant, I mean somebody that was rooted in a country and then left to come to America for one reason or another, whether they're legal citizens, whether they're non-documented, whether they are, they came here for a reason.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, let me rephrase. Not the ones that are undocumented. The government cannot plan for what it does not know is there.
No, but
anybody
listen,
that came here, green card, citizen, travel visa, this, that, and the other, if they are here and the government knows about them, they should 100% have a plan.
Right. But right now we got 340 million Americans, right? We got a lot. We have a lot of Americans. And right now our government is nowhere near close, and it's never been, at having a plan for those Americans. And we are paying into, all of us are paying, theoretically, you know, unless you are unemployed or sick, right, are paying into one pool. So that amount of people paying into one pool is what makes us powerful. Everything else comes second. If we didn't have 350 million people, roughly, right, give or take, paying into one pool, a lot of these corporations wouldn't come here. They would be going somewhere else. And a lot of other people, we wouldn't have the power we have. So a lot of other people wouldn't even be trying to immigrate here. But we do have that amount of people. That's a cold fact of reality. That's what makes us strong. That is what's underpinning our strength. That size of one country, 350 million people paying into one government, one lane, one thing, right? The problem is that one thing we're paying into is poorly managed. And it's not really, it's not really having a positive effect on all the people that pay into it. That's a fundamental problem. That's a fundamental problem in our democracy.
So
when you look at,
when you say one pool, what's the one pool?
It's the state, it's the government, the federal government.
So what makes America odd?
It's taxes. We pay a whole lot of goddamn taxes, man. We're not paying a small amount of taxes. We pay huge amounts.
We pay more than 50%. Some people would actually say that we are tax slaves. What makes us weird is that it's not like anywhere in Europe where, I guess you have England, and then you've got a subcategory of whatever their local is.
Less of our taxes actually go to something the average American can see. That's the problem. When you come to Denmark, for example, compared to America, the United States of America, it's 45% at best of the taxes you pay, you can actually see in your face in your daily life. That's the problem. When you come to Denmark, it's 70 to 75%. That's a huge difference in where the tax money is being spent. That's where the social.
So are you saying that we should pay more or less?
No. What I'm saying is that, again,
like I'm just trying to get a general.
Just hear me again. Denmark's a capitalistic country.
Okay.
Denmark's capitalist. Every EU country is capitalist, right? The difference right, is one of the higher areas. As soon as you leave the U.S., like you start in the U.S. as a capitalist country, the average citizen only sees 45% of what their tax dollars do. That's the problem. As soon as you leave the U.S., it jumps up to 60%. When you get all the way to a country like Denmark, it's like 70 to 75%. That is the difference in the quality of life. That's the difference right there. So Americans are paying a lot of taxes, but they can only see 45% of it affecting their life. That's a problem.
So, and you're saying that the issue isn't necessarily
it's how we spend our money.
Yeah, it's not the causes that the taxes are going to. It's the administration in between.
No, it's the causes too. It is the causes. It's the administration, but it's the causes ultimately, because that's where the money goes, to the causes. The administration just decides where it goes. And
no, when I say administration, it's the middleman at the computer that's making the IV cost.
No. What I'm saying is that it's the government. The government is the one collecting the taxes. I'm not talking about what a private company does. The government is the one that collects the taxes from the taxpayer. We have representatives, right? We have congressional members. We have senators. We got a White House that can advocate for anything they want. Well, within that system and in that body in the United States, 45%, they've found a way to where 45% of the taxes they receive from the American public, only 45% of the average American can see, touch, or taste. That's different when you leave the United States of America. As soon as you get to Canada, it's 60%. They have a parliament, they have elections, but how the money is being spent, it's more social. It's still capitalist, but more social. Education, childcare, things people need, affordable housing, stuff you need to keep people in the race. You know, like why would you want an employee that spends 100% of all their money on their bills every time they go to work? As soon as they get home, the best place they can find to live, the best space your employees can find is a place where everything's gone at the end of the month. Is that the kind of employee you should have? Because that ain't going to be a happy employee. It's probably not going to be a happy citizen. You see what I mean? And then you got then you got the situation where they go home and if they have one accident occur in their life, just one accident, that's it for them. That's not producing happy people.
So where do you think the problem in the spending is?
We spend it on number one, our military budget. We got a huge military budget we can't even account for. We don't even know where the money's going. That's one. And I'm not against the military. I'm pro-military. I understand why we need a military in the world, you know, but the problem is that, a lot of that money is going right out the door. We don't know where it goes. We can't account for it. The other thing is private contracts government's giving out. Who's accounting for it? Where's the oversight? Our Congress, like you hear the congressional oversight, our Congress is inept. They're not doing shit. There's no oversight.
I 100% agree on that.
Yeah, there's no oversight. And let me tell you, you can talk about Republican or Democrat. No, let's just talk about America. There is no Congress. The Congress is gone. They're not managing anything. They're not doing their job, man. That's why American citizens are so pissed off right now. American citizens are last in the West. You better believe it. We are last.
I'm trying to remember what his name was. It's the guy from Missouri. He's the one that's been calling. I believe it's the senator from Missouri. He's the one that's been calling out other congressmen and women for taking their salary and working a fraction of time that you would work to get a salary. He's been calling them out for insider trading.
Oh, right. I mean, the grifting.
I can't remember his name.
No, I know who you're talking about. I forget his name, but yeah, it's the grifting, man. But it is true.
The guy always looks like he's got a dip in. I can't. Jesus, that's gonna bother me.
It's a couple of them, but it's a couple of them. But you could see like MAGA Mike Johnson and the Republicans. They just went out there the other day, and just had this big speech about how congressional members should be able to buy stock. A lot of them. He had a whole spiel about trying to defend it. Here's the thing, we're as Americans, we're getting ripped off. We have zero representation. Our government is not there for us, man. That's really what it's about right now. And
tell me about it. I'm a libertarian.
Yeah, it's gone way too far. I mean, I don't know if it matters if you're a libertarian.
No, I get zero representation. It's either Democrat or Republican.
No, but what I'm saying is that it should just be, it's so bad. It should just be generally spread across whatever party you're with. Because at the end of the day, it's about the math. Like I was saying, if you live in a country, you live in the richest country on earth, but 45% of the taxes you pay go to something you can actually see. And soon as you leave the United States, it turns up to 60%. And then by the time you get to places like Denmark, it's 70 to 75%. What that means.
But your quality of living is better.
That's exactly what that means. And at the end of the day, the government's only role is to assist in your quality of life being better. And why is that? Because they literally get their money from you. That's the only job you need them to do.
They are public servants.
They're public servants. That's what it's supposed to be. And for some reason in the U.S., it's like people are talking to us like we're lucky to have Elon Musk. No, we're not fucking lucky to have him. He's lucky to have us. Any billionaire in our country is lucky to have us because they're literally getting the money from us. They don't want to move to another country. No, our military has been protecting these businesses outside of the U.S. too. Our tax dollars have been doing that. It's about the numbers. And I think a lot of Americans, we've been sold this idea that somehow we're less than what we are, man. No. It's the American people that make the United States of America great. It's not some fucking billionaires. They're 1% of the population. They should be happy to live in a country where we allowed them to thrive for so long. But let's be honest, no human being needs that much money. There's no excuse. It's not a need. They could live like kings for the rest of eternity with half of the money. You see what I mean? Our billionaires have more of the global wealth than anyone else, and they're living next to people on the street. Why? That can't be right. You know what that means? You know what that means, right? When you have your billionaires have more of the global wealth than any other billionaires on earth, and they live next to people that are starving, you know what that means, right? That means billionaires are bad for your health. That's what that means.
In terms of trying to think the term here. Total asset value. What is the difference?
Look, hold on. Sorry.
Well, it's a relevant question.
Oh, no, I got you. But wait 1 second. Robert Charles said, if we don't allow billionaires the alternative is socialism. Are you arguing for socialism? No, I'm arguing for capitalism that is humane and makes sense, that is managed well. Every other Western...
I got to use the bathroom. If you want to address the chat, I'll be right back.
Okay. Every other capitalist country, which is every other Western country, which is capitalist, okay, they actually are having a higher quality of life. And so they don't have to be socialists to actually do things better. That's the problem. Extreme capitalism, that's what we have in the U.S., and that's a problem. It's extremist capitalism. Okay, it's not a matter of whether you need socialism. Nah, you don't need socialism to have universal health care. You don't need socialism to have fair housing. You don't need socialism to have universal education. You don't need socialism to do any of those things because every other Western country is already doing those things better. you know? But what we definitely don't need is the most extremist form of capitalism in the Western world. We don't need that. That's not what we need, you know? Yeah, billionaires need to pay their taxes. But also our damn government needs to do its job, man. Our government, man. Sometimes I just wonder, man. I'm just telling you, man. And I know it's difficult to understand, but one thing I like about the gentleman that stepped up, that's up here on the chat with me, I don't know what he means when he says he's libertarian. All right, that's people can define that differently. But the one thing I like about him is that he's at least lived outside of the U.S., so he can kind of compare it. And he did say that the first time he really started understanding it is when he lived outside of the U.S. And that's the same thing with me. I lived in the U.S. and my views were different. As soon as I started seeing outside, visiting outside and traveling, I started seeing an alternative. I started saying, wow, wait a second. Things are being done a little differently and people are much more happier. That's what I started seeing. And if I'm going to live in a Western country outside of the U.S. and I'm not going to tell you the truth about what I'm seeing, that wouldn't make me a good American. As a good American, I should want other Americans to know, right, what I'm experiencing and what I'm seeing, right? Or should I just shut up and not say anything at all?
It's actually where I agree that diversity is the key. You have to have outside perspectives to understand what makes America great, because America was great made great because of everybody that came in from the outside.
Look, listen to me. This guy says, here's another question. I just don't understand Robert for the way he forms it. He says, what a less extreme form of capitalism? How socialism do you want to soften capitalism with? How much? I think he means how much. Listen, again, I think you're missing the point. The United States military is a socialist project. Okay? You're not advocating to stop that. You're fine.
Oh, no, 100%. The military is the only purely functioning form of socialism.
I mean, it's the biggest socialist project damn near on earth. And, you know, and it's like, so.
Was it the top two biggest air forces in the world or belong to the U.S.?
That's what I'm saying. So, the thing is it's not about socialism. That's why I don't use the word. I'm happy with capitalism. The problem is that extreme. Did you notice I said extreme? So I wouldn't be for extreme socialism. Do you know there's no other? If you want to talk about socialist countries on earth, you got to go to North Vietnam and goddamn North Korea. That's
so the reason that socialism works in the military is because it can be enforced on a legal level.
No, it's because it's part of a mixed bag. It's in a society that mixes up socialism with capitalism. That's why it's working. So it works in some cases, and in other cases it's not. But the point is that this project.
Oh no, like the military is pure socialism.
Yeah, the military is pure socialism.
Everything is funded.
Right.
But it has to, it is mandated. And it's because it's voluntary. You have to sign into it. You're not required to stay. But it works because of what it is.
Right, but it's a project.
I hate to say that because that's a fallacy in itself. But
no, but I'm just saying it's in a capitalistic country, so the economy that's funding it is capitalist, right? So, but it's like that around the West. A lot of these projects, they're all funded by capital. Again, Denmark's a capitalist country. Canada's a capitalist country. Why is everybody, I'm sorry, but there's some things we can learn from other people since we're not that great at everything. And so I'm focusing on the word extreme. See, it's not as simple.
Sounds like you're not you're arguing that we're not socializing the correct aspects of society.
Yeah, we're choosing to socialize military and, but we're not choosing to, we're saying when we have a problem with education or when we have a problem with healthcare, no socializing. But you don't say that when it comes time to the military. You see, so it's our priorities. But if we get in a situation where we find out that like 40 million Americans are not even getting access to health care, that's when we're supposed to start thinking about alternative ways to get people into health care. When we're thinking about Americans being in debt their whole life because they went to university, that's when we need to start thinking about what are we not doing right. You see what I mean? And the only thing we can do is look at how other countries are doing things. other Western countries, other capitalist countries, how are they doing it? Again, I'm in Denmark. The healthcare is big in Denmark. It's free in Denmark, right? But I work for a private company. So that's a mixture. That's where capitalism and private industry are meeting on a more fairer basis. That's what I'm talking about. So I think that's what we need to learn how to do in the U.S. I don't think it's as simple as capitalism or socialism. That's like black and white. That's like saying air or no air.
I'll say America's already not pure capitalism because we have social programs in place already.
Programs, exactly. We just, maybe we're just not managing them well. You know what I mean? I think that's the idea, and we're allowing capitalism, extreme forms of capitalism, in places where it may not be necessary. Like why? Like again, just simple thing. Both of me and you agree. There's no reason why saline should be costing $2 in Denmark for a liter of saline and $100 to $1,000 in the United States. Right?
Totally agree.
Yeah, exactly. So how are we going to get there? Somebody's got to manage it, right? So it's really a management problem we're talking about, and I'm sure there's no reason why a bag of saline needs to cost $1,000. A liter of saline needs to cost $1,000. Like, there just has to be something we're doing wrong. And at hospital, there's no reason why a hospital visit, a third of that cost have to be administration fees. Just administration, not a service. That can't be the best that we're doing.
I feel like it should be the same as if you take your car into a mechanic shop. You pay for parts, you pay for labor.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think it's got to be closer to that, at least. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying people shouldn't make money, but listen,
that's where the labor comes in. But I imagine that a doctor probably costs more than a mechanic.
Well, if we're talking about the same phone, let's say we got two products, right? But it's really the same phone, two different hospitals, two different phones called something else, but they're the same exact thing. Okay, but everybody needs a phone, right? But the only phones I can get in my part of town is the phone that costs $1,000. But in your part of town, in your state, it costs $2. Why? Where's that money going? That person, if the phone costs $1,000 and someone's making a whole lot more money on those phones, what are they doing with that money? They just keeping the money to themselves?
They're the same phone, right?
They're the same phone. Same phone, just different name. That's what a hospital is, pretty much, right? So what is it? Why is one costing more than the other one? But everyone needs a hospital, right? What is so there's something we're doing in our infrastructure, that's not right, I think, in our country. It's overall our infrastructure is not meant to benefit Americans, man. There's something where I think we're too segregated. A lot of segregation. I don't mean that racially or anything like that. I just mean like, why are things?
We're politically divided.
Yeah, we're very divided in our, when you look at energy, divided. You look at what we want to do with so many hospitals. Who should have, how much? Look, another example. Of course, there's some reasons. $7. Why is the minimum wage $7 in some states? And again, that $7 doesn't mean someone is actually able to afford where they live. So it's not saying that because you get paid less, the housing is less too. It's still not adding up for a lot of people. You see what I mean? So there's something. I just think overall the easiest way to say it in the U.S. is that we're extreme capitalist. We're allowing an extreme form of capitalism to just go on. It's too much. We're not governing anymore. We're not doing our government's not doing the job of governing.
So I'm really split on the minimum wage thing too, because you should be able to afford to live, but probably not on minimum wage. And the only reason that I say that is because if minimum wage goes up and you're paying a 16-year-old working out of high school to flip burgers at McDonald's,
right,
then the cost of everything goes up, because now the companies have to pay more to make or provide the same service.
Right.
So my issue isn't necessarily with minimum wage. I think minimum wage should reflect cost of living. But the problem with increasing minimum wage to reflect cost of living without addressing cost of living is that cost of living goes up.
Right. It's not even stable. Listen, when I moved to, let's say 20 years ago, not when I moved, but 20 years ago, hold on, let me see, in 2013, I moved into the flat that I have in Copenhagen in 2013. Since then, it's gone up. Now it's like it's a 3-bedroom flat, right? With and let me see. It cost me, what was it, about, I think overall about 13,000, something like that. Maybe at 12,000 a month, right? 12,000 a month with heating included, right? Now the same flat that was 13, now it's 26, so it's like 13 years later, right? Now I pay about, with everything included, almost like 16,000 Danish crowns a month, right? That is a little, let me see, 14,000 would be about, 13,000 would be about 2,000. So I pay about maybe $500 more. 13 years, my rent has gone up $500, right? But if you look at the cost of living from DC, where I come from, how much the housing has gone up just in DC, it's gone up way more than that. Just the percentage. It's like, so you just have to ask yourself, like, why is it shifting like that? But everyone knows why it's shifting. Private corporations have bought up all the housing. They can set the price. So once all the housing is bought up by corporations, super corporations, right? Whose job is it to make sure that it's affordable? If it's not the government's job. Who?
You're talking residents, right?
Yeah, residents. So, but
I do not think companies should be able to buy residents.
Yeah, they're buying them all up across the U.S. And at the same time, right? At the same time, sure, maybe you might in DC get paid more than me, but American citizens need to know this. On average, right? When you compare U.S. salaries and cost of living to EU salaries and cost of living, on average, EU citizens, after they pay taxes and after they pay their expenses, monthly expenses, their living expenses, on average, they're keeping $1,000 more in their pocket on average. On average. There's a space there where, that's what I mean by extreme capitalism. How can you make less money but keeping more in your pocket in the EU?
I'm actually curious about something.
Yeah.
Because you keep saying that.
Yeah.
To keep things fair, you're using Gemini, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to use a different program that might be charged in a
but I look up these numbers frequently. I look them up, ChatGPT, Gemini. The numbers. Look, the most important thing is where is it resourcing the information? It needs to resource it from government.
I just want to make sure it's,
yeah.
I just want to make sure it's pulling from the same information or same regions.
Yeah, just got to be government data. Government. It's the taxes are the taxes, right? The housing cost, everyone knows that. The government, any government should release how much the average is on housing and, how much the average person makes, salaries in different industries. They know that. It's all data now. And the U.S. produces the data. The EU produces the data, It's but it's been a good conversation. We've been kind of a little around, and we haven't really focused on the legacy media news today. No issue. But I appreciate having
I try not to focus on those. The reason that I asked about what you were asking was you were saying extreme capitalism. I know Amazon pays I think starting is like $18 an hour. But I was looking up what Elon Musk,
and that's a hard job, bro. That's a hard
But
job.
no, those guys are worked to the bone. I have a family member who works at Amazon, and she earns the 18 for sure.
Yeah, man.
Tesla medium annual pay is $45.81. That is not enough. I mean, you could. When I had my last apartment,
yeah,
that would work, but you were scraping by.
It's the cost of living, man. The cost of living in the U.S. is just too much, bro. It's just off the chain, and that's what I mean. There's no government regulation, and that's what I mean by extreme capitalism. There's nothing for people to do.
So that's Tesla. SpaceX is 100,000 to 115. X is 130 to 150. The reason that I was saying that is you're saying that the extreme capitalists they have more than they could ever spend. Musk, Bezos, by all means, have more money than they could ever spend, other than to make more jobs for Americans or whatever country they're in. I'm not going to say that it has to be Americans, wherever anyone can benefit. But it looks like, with the exception of Tesla, they are also paying substantially more.
No, you guys,
at least than minimum.
You guys in the U.S., you get paid more, but the problem is that your cost of living are much more. So what you're getting.
What do you think the fix for that is, though?
It's the extreme capitalism, man. You guys got there's no guessing to it.
Also, I would make the argument that Bezos, Musk, those are the two that always make the headlines, so I'm not thinking of any other multi-billionaires. I don't think they're necessarily the problem. Don't get me wrong, they have more money than they could ever spend. But I feel like the problem is somewhere else, and I feel like they're an easy scapegoat.
No, it's not the billionaires by them. That's like saying the billionaires is like saying the blacks, the whites. It's not the billionaires by definition.
There's a lot less billionaires than they're all whites or blacks.
It's not billionaires by just definition of just saying they have $1 billion. It's not the fact that they have $1 billion. It's a fact that how the corporations that are allowing them to make it achieve so much more wealth, right? How it's structured in the economy. That's the problem. So what you have in essence in the U.S. is that, the billionaires, the people at the top, they're doing they're doing better than any billionaires on earth. But when you look at the rest of the society they live in, right? It's not, the rest of the society is not doing that well. And it's because of the government. The government is not regulating taxes, right, in a fair way, in a way to where everyone pays their fair share. It's just that simple. Because listen, in one economy, if you have 1% that have 50% of the economy, why do they need it to themselves? Why? What's the purpose? See, because everyone else is paying into a tax system that they also benefit from. For example, if it was only them paying for the military, do you think the military could do the job that it needs to do? No. So they benefit from us too.
If everyone else was paying, can you say that one more time? Sorry.
If it was only the billionaires paying for the military, do you think the military would do as good a job as it does now? No.
By what I hear, yes, but I haven't run the numbers myself.
Yeah, you better run those numbers.
Yeah,
you better.
Don't get me wrong. I do not believe what I read on the internet.
Yeah, but. No, because it's coming from taxpayer dollars. It's 100% socialized project. Of course, it can't.
I know the national defense budget is the same as Medicare and Medicaid.
The bottom line is it's all the taxpayers paying for it. It's not just them. So if it was just them, it wouldn't be doing as well. But this military, how it gets used is actually, a lot of it is used to help protect these corporations outside of the U.S. You see what I mean? It affects their trade and things like that. It affects our life too. But who's getting the lion's share of it? But here, let's look at these numbers. Look,
I would love to cut out the middle costs, the middlemen. I think there's a lot of wasted funds in there.
It could be, but look at this. According to global data, the OECD.
I accidentally I backed out of the stream. I'm not seeing it anymore. So you will
okay, don't worry. I'm just going to read it. Other people can see it. I'll read it.
Just making sure.
It says here, this is the data. According to the global data from the OECD, anybody, it doesn't matter what chatbot you're using, the data you need to refer to the OECD first, right? The average American keeps significantly more raw cash in their pocket than the average European. However, the cash must cover massive expenses that Europeans get for free. The data, now notice how I said that in the beginning, after you pay your taxes and after you pay your expenses, the Europeans on average are keeping $1,000 more in their pocket. So this is different. So don't be fooled by this statement, right? The data reflects a distinct economic trade-off. The American model maximizes individual wealth, while the European model maximizes collective security. So that means because we have collective security here, when I walk outside of the street, what I'm experiencing is different from you. I'm not worried about who's behind me. I'm not worried about what's happening when I'm on my way to work. My kids aren't worried about when they're coming home.
Oh, I witnessed that in Japan. I saw it.
You see what I'm saying? There's a lot that goes along with that. When somebody gets sick, nobody's worrying. You're not sick and then you also get sick twice because you're worrying. That's not what's happening here. You get sick, you get in an ambulance to the hospital and they're examining you. That's what happens, right? So it's different, you know. But here, the American model maximizes individual wealth while the European model maximizes collective security. The raw numbers, disposable income. When you subtract income, taxes, and Social Security contributions from average earnings, the U.S. leads the world. To make an accurate comparison, economists adjust these numbers for purchasing power parity, PPP, which accounts for the local cost of goods and inflation. United States, the average annual net disposable income is roughly $62,700 per person. Western European, the highest incomes, wealthier European nations sit lower. For example, Germany averages about $42,400, France sits around $35,000, and the UK sits around at roughly $36,000. Eastern Southern Europe, in nations like Spain, Italy, or Poland, the average net cash is in pocket drops closer to $20,000 to $30,000 per year. The takeaway: on paper, the average American walks away with roughly $20,000 to $27,000 more cash per year than their Western European counterpart. The great catch: what the cash has to buy is the great catch. The raw numbers do not tell the whole story. In the U.S., your disposable income is heavily depleted by private expenses that Europeans rarely pay out of pocket. Healthcare. In the U.S., even with employer-sponsored healthcare insurance, the average American spends thousands of dollars a year on deductibles, copays, premiums, and out-of-pocket maximums. A sudden medical event can completely wipe out an American disposable savings. In Europe, it's largely paid via those high upfront taxes. A European rarely has to budget their disposable income for a hospital stay, an ambulance ride, or a standard doctor's visit. Higher education and student debt. So education is another factor. In the U.S., the average millennial or Gen Z American holding a degree pays hundreds of dollars per month in student loan repayments out of their disposable income. Parents also must aggressively save tens of thousands of dollars for their children's future tuition. In Europe, higher education is heavily subsidized or entirely free, such as Germany or Scandinavia. European graduates enter the workforce with little to no tuition debt, clogging up their monthly budget. So when they get out of school, there's no debt. So they're off to the races. What are they doing with that money they're making? buying a home, childcare and other things, childcare, a family leave. Okay. In the U.S., private infant childcare is a massive financial burden, routinely costing between $1,200 and $2,500 per month, depending on the state. In Europe, childcare is heavily capped and subsidized by the state. Furthermore, parents receive months of government mandate paid parental leave, whereas American workers often have to take unpaid time off or exhaust their personal savings. Yeah, everybody here gets 5 weeks vacation in Denmark. Yeah, so let me see. In some countries there's more, man. Work-life balance. How hard do you work for that cash? The amount of money left in your pocket is also tied to how many hours you log to get the money. Okay. The average American worker logs roughly 18 hours per year, with an average of only 10 to 15 days of paid time off, which isn't legally mandated. The average European worker logs roughly 1,400 to 1,600 hours per year, depending on the country, protected by legal mandated minimums of 4 to 6 weeks of paid vacation, alongside strict limits on working overtime. Summary: which system leaves you richer? You come out ahead in the U.S. if you are a high-income professional, example, tech, finance, engineering, specialized trades. Your wages will be vastly higher than in Europe. Your taxes will be lower, and your corporate benefits will likely shield you from the worst of the private healthcare and education costs. You come out ahead in Europe if you are a median to lower income earner or you prioritize peace of mind. While you will have less raw spending cash for electronics, larger cars, or a bigger house, you are highly insulated against financial ruin from the job loss, chronic illness, or having children. Right. So basically, you can see here, high income professional. Right. Now, what percentage of the U.S. population is that? Working population is a high income professional. Right.
Did they provide any sort of numbers to put those into brackets?
Well, yeah, we can. But just off the top, you kind of know that that's not average. Just by how it's.
Oh yeah, when you say high, it doesn't imply average.
You know what I'm saying, right? And then when you go down here, when you say median to lower income earner, that sounds more average, right? Exactly.
Well, median does imply average. No, I'm in the median, but I'm doing fine. But I also am willing to live in a lower quality than most are.
It's median to lower income earner. Basically, in both parts of the world, there's more median to low income workers. Basically, there it is. So, but you can dig up the data. I will dig up the data too. But that's what's happening. So, what it means is that on average, the average European, their quality of life, and like I said, you could add it up to numbers too. After they spend all their expenses, I'm talking about average, right? Because the average European is median to low income, and the average American is too, right? Those average people are taking home in Europe $1,000 more in their pocket after they pay their expenses and their taxes. So there it is. So now let me put those numbers together for you. Let me see here. Now you said how many, right? How many? Let's see here. Let me go up here and get the exact wording. High income professionals, or what percentage? That's what we'll say. How many and what percent? How many and what percent of the USA population are?
Oh, no, I was asking for a number to clarify bracket.
Oh, you mean a number like what is that? What is left for the average person?
No.
You mean?
Oh no, like what is considered that bracket?
Oh, what is considered that bracket?
What is considered low?
Okay.
What is considered median? Okay. What is considered high?
And okay, so okay, I got you. So let me rephrase this. Let me see. What? But that doesn't. I don't understand what you mean because that's not the point. The point is not how much. The point is what you get for it.
Well, so like my take home isn't much, but I'm willing to live in a lower standard location to have more to pocket.
Yeah, but this is bigger than that. See, we already did these numbers. You missed this part. Look, we did the numbers here.
It rolls into people's preferences over needs.
No, look at this. You asked about that. The numbers were in the beginning. The core numbers were in the beginning. Raw numbers.
I probably did miss that.
Yeah. You talking about the PPP. So the raw numbers are here. United States, it said it already. We already started off. See, Americans make more per person.
Right.
That's not the problem. The problem is your cost of living are higher. And how you manage healthcare, education, and those two main areas, right? That's the difference.
Yeah, if education goes up, then typically wages go up with it because you are forced to pay in a capitalist area. You are forced to pay for a higher quality.
Well, it's not heavily subsidized. So what's happening is that
it's not.
Yeah,
but I also think that the cost of living should be reduced, and that's been my focus for the past couple of months is trying to figure out what is driving up the cost of living.
Here it is. The cost of living is lower in Europe. The cost of living is lower.
America.
And it's higher in the US. But why is it higher, right? And
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, and here healthcare is a huge part of that, right? Healthcare is a huge part. So in terms of what you're getting, what you have left over. So you pay a certain amount of tax and you have a certain amount of expenses. Every month you have to pay both, right?
Right.
Now you get more per salary, right? You're getting more per salary, but all those other things are
more in the add-ons.
All those other things are costing you more too at the same time. And what's happening is that where it's costing you more, healthcare, education. Look, it says it right here. Let's look at it. Let's go back down. The greatest catch. The raw numbers do not tell the whole story. So in raw numbers, it looks like you get paid more, right?
Yep, I remember that one.
Yeah. In the U.S., your disposable income is heavily depleted, however, by private expenses that Europeans rarely pay for out of pocket. So in other words, those expenses that are more is sucking up all that money. In Europe, you're not paying them because it's paid in advance collectively and the costs are kept down. Healthcare in Denmark, the administration fee for healthcare is 5% of the cost. The United States.
So you're talking incidental add-on costs.
Incidental add-on costs? No, I'm talking
so
about
like in the event. So like healthcare insurance. Are you separating out insurance from the actual needing to use it?
Everybody in Denmark has.
I'm just trying to make sure the numbers are right.
It's called universal health care. It's because it's paid in advance through your taxes. So once you have,
you don't see it at all.
You don't see it at all. We don't pay for it that way at all. It's not an extra cost. It's already prepaid out of your taxes, right?
Right.
Now, think about this. Our taxes are just a fraction higher, maybe 3% higher than in the U.S. However, the services are cheaper. Healthcare is cheaper here because the administration fees are only 5% on whatever
we make more in the paycheck, but because we have to pay for health insurance after
it's privatized. No, it's because you paying your administrators is 30% of your healthcare bill. That's why Europe is 5%. I mean, in Denmark, it's 5%.
That's after the fact. You're saying that I'm going based on when the pay stub hits the bank account. You see less per pay stub.
Right.
I see more per pay stub.
Yes.
But I'm paying more after the fact.
You're paying more after the fact for everything else. Exactly.
Right. All right. Yeah. That's all I was trying to
say. Yeah. That's right. That you're paying more after the fact. Yeah. If you put it that way, I understand you. Exactly. So, and then on top of it, the reason why you're paying more after the fact is because how it's managed. So you here, right? universal health care, the administrator is the government, not the service, the administrator. That means the administrator, the person who's doing all the paperwork, is charging you 5%, right? In the United States, that same group, there's 4 of those. There's not one because now there's 4 because it's all privatized, and they end up making you pay about 30%. So 30% of your cost for healthcare is actually paperwork in the U.S. It's not a service. It's just like the reason why they're fucking. You asked about the saline, the fucking saline. It's just a piece of paper.
That shit drives me nuts.
It's the same thing. Yeah, exactly. And so that's why. And so the key areas where the difference is being saved by Europeans is healthcare, education, right? Higher education, and childcare and family leave. That's the difference. So, this family leave, like for example, in Denmark, every person has 5 weeks vacation. Every person. And you get whatever your job pays you, and a little more. I think it's actually a little more than whatever your job pays you for those 5 weeks, right? But it's paid out. That's every time you go to work, a portion of your check goes to that in advance, right? And but the U.S., you got people may not get any vacation at all, man. No vacation at all. But you guys get paid more. But somehow, because of all the expenses, man, listen. I'm gonna give you another example, and then I'm gonna go. But I'm glad I got you up here, man. We got to talk again. Look, I'll give you another example. My flat is 3-bedroom flat in Copenhagen, so it's in the capital. 3 bedrooms. My electricity bill is between about 350 krona to about 600 a month. That's less than $100 for a 3-bedroom apartment. You see?
You said a 3-bedroom apartment,
right?
How many dollars? Less than 100?
Yeah, it's less than 100 every month. My phone bill for my mobile phone, it's basically between $14. It's about $20 a month. It's actually less, but let's say $20 a month. That's what I pay for unlimited phone chatting. That's what I pay for 100 gigabytes. Internet every month, right? In the United States, the same service is $80, man. But we're talking about a phone. Everyone needs a phone. It's not that some people need a phone.
Baked in now.
Exactly. It's the corporations, bro. There's no regulations. And I'm saying this to you as an American, just a fellow American, man. I'm like, why would you? I mean, if you had the option to pay $20 for the same service you have now, wouldn't you just do it?
All right. Yeah, sorry. Misheard that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what's better about the phone service here than in the U.S.? Why is it more there? What is it doing differently? So what the fuck?
So I do have an interesting, altered standpoint from being in Japan.
Okay.
The phone service was, I think it was like $40 a month.
Okay.
The quality of service was not as good.
Oh no, my quality is dope. It's dope, man. There's no, I don't know why that was in Japan, but listen.
Yeah, I think it was where I was. It was an older area. It wasn't as put together.
Okay.
But I lived in I'm trying to think, converted to their culture. I lived in a 6-bedroom house because everything there is generational. So, like, each bedroom, a family would stay in.
Right.
Or everything that could be sectioned off. If a wall could be put up, it was a room. So that's how they advertised it.
Right.
And we had tatami mats in what Americans would consider their living room.
Yeah.
But there was a divider plank out. So that was 2 individual rooms. What Americans would consider a den was its own room. And then there were 3 rooms upstairs. So by their standards, it was a 6-bedroom house.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. It was like 20 or trying to remember the numbers. I want to say it was like 2,600 square feet. It was massive for where we were at.
Yeah.
and it was $2,600 a month. USD.
26. Oh yeah, that was nice, man. That's a good price.
Yeah. But like if we had actually rented that space out,
yeah,
it would have been pennies on the dollar.
I mean, it's cheaper than, I mean, I pay almost the same. So for half the space, right? I'm guessing, I don't know. I got like 140 square meters. I don't know how many square meters the place was, but
they translated it us because we're American. But
okay.
But utilities, on the other hand, were in total. So out there, they do electric, gas split, and water.
Yeah.
That was about $200 a month, give or take.
Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. That's reasonable, man.
During tame months.
Oh, okay.
Where I was at, it got really hot.
Okay.
So there were about 4 months out of the year where it was $700 to $900.
Okay.
But every like throughout the rest of the year, everything was fine.
Yeah. I mean, look, it sounds I guess there's a lot to look at when you compare it, because I think at the end of the day, I don't know what the average wage is in Japan and these kind of things.
I think I want to say, and this is based on rough translations of Japanese, I want to say their minimum wage was 750 yen.
Okay.
An hour? It might have been 775.
Okay.
And it doesn't really matter because like what the translation is.
Yeah.
The numbers matched up pretty close cost of living wise.
Okay.
So what we would see is 750 would match up to what their cost of living was. So 775 yen as the minimum wage, you go out to eat and it would be 1,500 yen to eat.
Okay. And how much is 1,500?
McDonald's was about $10.
Okay. Yeah, that's not so bad.
Yeah, on large purchases, it added up.
Okay.
Like you could feed a family, you could feed an entire family for $18 there. You go to McDonald's,
that's affordable. Yeah.
Yeah, you go to McDonald's, it'd be like $16. It wasn't huge.
Yeah, Denmark is going to be a little more. It's going to be a little more, but people have a little more. Like I said, after your expenses and after your taxes and all that, people generally have a little more, so they don't mind spending it when they go out.
I will say that was on an American salary. I don't know what other areas of rent were like, but I talked to some of the locals who did speak English, and I heard it wasn't from a lot of people, but they said they did know some families who were having to pick which meal to skip.
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine. And it's also like that. And I think even in Denmark, there are some people that listen. In Denmark, the best way to live is very simple. Now, if you're a student, you can be frugal and you can get by being frugal, being a student. But if you're a family and you're unemployed, that's not the way you want to live. Of course, when you compare that to what an unemployed family in the United States lives like, it is better here. But it's still not the way you want to live. You know what I'm saying? The way you want to live, where you're really experiencing the freedom of Denmark, is when you're employed. But yeah, that's how it is. So it's not like, you hear a lot of people talk and they try to make it seem like, oh, not having a job doesn't really matter because the welfare system, and it's like, no, man. Just because you're not thrown out on the street doesn't mean you're living like a king on welfare in Denmark. That's not the case. There's people that it's not comfortable. The difference in Denmark is that if you're unemployed, there is a job center to go to, and they will try to help you find a job. Literally, they will do that. And there's always a job. You see what I mean? So you don't get so disenfranchised. In Denmark, if you are disenfranchised, it's almost because you either have some mental issues, something like that. Yeah, essentially. Otherwise, there's a system there. There's people there that's going to try to help you get where you need to go somewhat, you know, if you're unemployed or things like that. But overall, there's loads of jobs. And I think that's what we're dealing with in the U.S. There's a lot of disenfranchisement. There's, and then there's a situation where there's loads of working people. When you're working, that means you're supposed to be able to pay your rent, pay your bills, and live comfortably, right? Not like a king, but comfortably. But there's loads of people in the U.S. that are working full-time jobs, working 2 and 3 jobs, and can't even do that. That's not supposed to exist. You see what I mean? Yeah. It's just a little too much.
I will say after being back, and you might, if let's say when you come back, you said you're still in Denmark?
Yeah, man. I'll be here the rest of my life, man. I'll be here the rest of my life. Although I travel to the U.S. though, but I'll be living here the rest of my life because it's my home now. It's my home now. You know what I mean? It's my. Yeah.
I totally understand. Like if I got the opportunity to go back, I'd probably go back, and if they let me, I would stay.
Yeah.
But it's also really after being there or being here and then going there and then coming back. I've seen a lot of people like do cross comparisons of the different countries and how they work.
Yeah.
And we can compare the is versus oughts. Like this is how it is. This is how it ought to be. But it's these countries have been doing it so long. The way that they've been doing it.
True.
I don't want to say it's a fantasy because it can happen.
It's not a fantasy.
It's almost weird comparing the two.
You know, it takes.
If that makes sense.
What I would say is like this, man. It took me some adjustment, right? But the thing about it is that Americans.
I mean, if you were to come back here.
Yeah.
Like, now that I'm back, I'm just like,
you know,
they did this, and I'm
what the problem is in the U.S. I would be great. I would be fine in the U.S. Right? But it's because I got a strong network. You know what I mean? But I have advantages too. Like if I'm going to move back to the U.S., the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look and see exactly where the job I want to land is, and then I'm going to go to school here first. Then I'm going to go. You see what I mean?
I'm curious. You're like one of the most intelligent and respectful people I've talked to on the internet recently. What is your dream job?
Oh, really? Oh, wow, man. Well, man, I'm 56 years old.
The internet's full of some trash people, man.
Well, I appreciate that, man. And I tried. The only reason why I'm doing this is because I want Americans to be able to have a conversation, a useful conversation, so that we can make our country better, man, because we're hurting. And I really do have the philosophy myself that every American deserves a dignified life. You know what I mean? Sure, there will be differences in what that means, but I just mean on the basic level, everybody is deserving of respect, right, and dignity. You know what I mean? Like regardless of who you are, and I really do think that we're all human beings. We're all Americans, man. None of these other little things should matter at the end of the day, man. We need to just come together and just find a new way to move along like that, right? But
totally agree.
Yeah, because I think we spend a lot of hangups there's a lot of hangups with other things that hold us back, you know. But what I don't know about my job. I don't know if I would want to work in government. You know what I'm saying? Like local government, maybe, possibly.
The change you want to see?
Yeah, to work on the change that I want to see, you know. And I think in local government that might be possible. But again, I'd have to think about it a little more because it's a few things I would want to do. You know what I mean? But I would, I think local government, if there's a place, like look at what Mamdani is doing, man. States are, and I'm not saying he's the only model. He's given the only model people can take, but he's doing something. One thing I like about Mamdani is that he had a vision and he was willing to put it to practice. He could envision it, and then he could put the people together to put it to, you know, to take it out on the streets and make it happen in government, right? And I think that's what we need across the country. Maybe not exactly what he's doing, but we need visionaries, because at the end of the day, you should want everyone. What state do you live in now? Virginia?
Currently in Alabama.
You know, wouldn't you like to, Alabama, wouldn't you like to go outside and just know that, guess what? Every Alabaman is on your side?
Well, it's a pretty scattered area where I'm at,
Right.
to say the least. My neighbor's like a little more than a jog down the road, but
Okay. But that's still good. But I just mean like,
everyone seems to be on the same page.
yeah. Okay.
But like I'm out the. I don't know if you're a big video game guy. But I started playing Elden Ring. And then a couple of months later, I read an article that said the worst part about playing that game is when you exit the chamber for the first time.
Okay.
You witness the world around you, and you can never experience that a second time.
Yeah, that's true. I know what you mean, and it is
So,
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and now that I've been so many places, I can't see things as a small thing anymore.
I see somebody in the chat wrote, wouldn't you like to go outside and have everyone agree with you? No, Will, you interpreted that totally different from what I actually mean. That's not what I mean by having everyone on your
Me or
side.
that guy.
Yeah. But it's interesting he interprets it that way. That's because he doesn't realize what I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
Oh no, like I actually love it when people have these minor disagreements, because if everybody agrees with you, you can't develop.
Well, here's the thing. Even if you disagree, we can still be on each other's sides about the basics.
Oh yeah, me and my grandmother have completely different views on 90% of everything.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Now, I didn't say have everybody agree with you. You just wrote that up. You made that up yourself. I said have everyone on your side. And what I mean is, on a basic level, when you go outside, you know that everyone is working for the common good. Everyone believes that. I'll give you an example. I may not know you. Let's say I run into your grandma on the street, right? Let's say I run into her on the street. And I just happen to see that she needs somebody to help her carry her bags because now she's got sick. Is she a stranger to me? And if she's a stranger to me, should I still see her as a fellow Alabaman or a worthy person, a person that's worthy of help, just honest help for nothing, right? That's what I mean by everybody on your side. That's exactly what I mean. You see, and that's what I'm talking about.
The smallest act of kindness or any general thought can make somebody's entire day.
Exactly. And when you got too many people that are antisocial or people that are too don't see the common good in each other, it doesn't work, man. It just makes everything so much more difficult, and that's something I learned about being in Denmark. Danes, they have a lot of camaraderie when it comes to those basic things. There's something here.
It's that sense of community.
Yeah, it's something I had to reevaluate about myself too. They have something called the Yenda law here. That it's not a real law, but it means I'm not better than you. You're not better than me. It means we're all the same. Nobody's better than each other. You see what I mean? And I think it's like we have this kind of something to deal with in the U.S. about that, and it holds us back a little. And the reason why I said that is because I think when the basics are there, when everyone knows everybody's pulling for each other, things work much better.
Oh yeah.
You don't come out exactly the same. You may not have the same salary as the person next to you. You may not wear the same clothes. You may not listen to the same music. But when you're in a place where everybody's pulling for each other, then it doesn't even matter those differences the same way. Those differences change. You see what I mean? They don't take over everything anymore. You say, so that's kind of like what I mean. I mean it in what I learned about living outside of the U.S. And yeah, it is an opinion, but I'm expressing my opinion. And but my opinion is based on what I learned living in both countries. So my opinion is powerful. Understand that, Will. That's why I'm here. That's why when my video's over, it's probably going to be like 10,000 people that watch when I go live. So my opinions matter, but I'm not better than you. I don't see myself better than you, Will. You see, that's the difference. Or my guest here, I don't see myself better than him. I think together we're stronger, when we can have decent conversations. And I think that's what it's all about, man.
Strength and unity.
Yeah, it is. And we got to care for each other. We got to be kind to each other. And we got to remember, no matter how different we think we are, we're still humans, and we're still looking for and striving for the same things, dignity, basic dignity, and respect, and caring, man. It's like you said, small acts go a long way. So I appreciate you hopping up.
Talking to the cashier at Walmart makes that little old lady's day.
It definitely does, man. It definitely does, and so hopefully we can, whatever we get out of this time period, hopefully we can go into the next point, just advancing that idea, in the U.S. Because I know what it's like, man. I grew up in a capital in Washington, D.C. I've seen plenty of people not have much. I've gone through times where I didn't have much. I've seen plenty of people that had a whole lot more than me. But at the same time, we can still find ways to work together. We can still find ways to utilize each other in healthy ways, and but I know the one thing that gets you through a whole lot is when you have the feeling like you belong. You know what I'm saying?
Sense of being is what will drive a person to actually do something in life.
Yeah. So I think I would like to, try to work on some projects that can kind of expand that, I guess it's called break down some of the disenfranchisement. A lot of disenfranchisement, I feel, in the U.S. A lot of people don't vote. They don't think it counts. There's a lot of pessimism. Try to break through some of those things. Break through some of the pessimism.
One thing I've noticed online is there's a lot of unnecessary tribalism. The right will call it TDS. The left picks whatever name they want for it for the day.
Yeah, that's true.
But
Biden derangement syndrome. So.
Yeah. It's
BDS.
It's literally it's the exact same thing on both sides, and I've seen it, and it's infuriating because I was like, if y'all could take the time to literally just find a little bit of common ground, you could probably get a lot done because it's very apparent you're both very passionate about this.
True. Yeah. I mean, listen, man, I think the only issue is just people need to learn how to, I think it's
not to say that having a tribe is bad. I just realized I put tribalism in a negative context.
It
can be bad in an extreme.
Yeah, but I know what you mean. Yeah, because it is tribalism. Because if you go around the world, everybody has their own version of bread. Everybody has their own beans. Everybody has their own. So at the end of the day, everyone pretty much needs the same things, right?
Yeah.
Everybody needs happiness. Everybody needs belonging. Everybody needs safety. Everybody needs a place to lay their head, right? Everyone needs education, right? Everybody needs healthcare when you get sick. These are things everybody needs. The only way the reason why we pay more is because we don't agree on how we're going to get them. That's crazy. Yeah. That is crazy, man. It's so, I just think somewhere in that's flawed, like you said. And then you have loads of people that for some reason we're not able to learn how to do things better, man. But I think that's why we need to look to the outside. We're not always going to be the leaders. Sometimes we got to learn from someone else that's leading, and we have to recognize when someone else is leading, even when it might look small and insignificant, And I think that's what I learned about being, living in other countries like Denmark. It's like a lot of people take Denmark for granted, don't really even, a lot of Americans don't even know what Denmark is, but it's small countries can be leaders in a lot of things. Look at green energy. Denmark is not feeling the effects of gasoline pressing them right now. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
No, yeah, because they're big on green energy, and they did that before this Straits of Hormuz thing. They saw that coming, and Norway, how does Norway deal with its oil? Norway's oil, the oil from the northern sea that they pump, right? It funds a sovereign safety net for Norwegian citizens. the oil. So it's privatized, but the taxes fund the social services. You see what I mean? Like that's how they choose to do it. That's not how Denmark does it, but that's how Norway does their thing. But Denmark has got their own gas too, right? They pump out of the Baltic Sea. But in any case, we can learn from others. It's not that you have to do something, but the moment you say you can't learn from anybody else, and so
there's a term for that.
Yeah, that's I think where our where like I think you described it, where you get to tribalism, right? It's like and we need some new ideas and not foreign, not necessarily ideas that are so different, but we definitely need some new ideas, and we can get some new inspirations from some others, that are similar to us. Look at Canadians. How different are Canadians from us? I mean, the whole America. How are we different?
I think one issue that we'll run into is a lot of people see things as a whole, and you have to adopt things as a whole. As much as I love Japan, they are incredibly racist.
Damn.
So, obviously, America thinks America's racist. Go to Asia.
Okay, you experienced some of that there?
There are shops where I was at that will not serve you because you are white, and they associate you with World War II.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Wow.
They will straight up tell you, we do not serve your kind here, and they will call you gaijin, which means outsider, and they will tell you to leave.
Ooh, I never heard of that before. Damn.
Yeah, they will kick you out.
Wow.
Yes, it's not necessarily segregation, but like America thinks Americans' racism is bad. I came back here and I was like, man, y'all got it easy.
Okay. So, wow. It was your first taste.
Yeah. I literally went in to get a bowl of ramen, man. And they were like, yeah. I was like, I just wanted some ramen, man.
You got the black experience. That's what you got, man. For the first time, huh? Now you know how it feels, man.
Was a little darker than them. I was always wondering.
That's funny, man. But listen, it was a learning experience. And and at least you went. Man.
Well, so the worst part, it's not even towards white guys. You should see how the Japanese treat Koreans. Have you heard of the rape of Nanking?
That's what I was about to say, man. It's discrimination and racism, xenophobia. It can happen in different ways, right? I mean, they're sister and brother. If it's not going to be racism, then it's going to be xenophobia, right? So and it works the same way.
In their defense, we turned two cities to glass. I don't fault them for that.
No, I don't fault. You know what I think? I think it's like people want to find out no matter what. Well, first of all, everyone of no kind is going to get along with you. Not everyone, but most people, if they can see that you come in good spirit, you're going to be received in good spirit by most people. That's what I think.
Yeah. And it's like for every instance that it was usually older shop owners that would do that. They just couldn't let go of the past. You would go to more modernized areas, and they'd be like, "No, we love Americans," because of course we're consumers. We want to go and spend money. But we would go there. We would talk to them. They would have a great time. Like you would take your kids in there. You would see like little old Japanese ladies, just walk up to a family and just like take a baby. Because they just wanted to sit there and hold a foreign baby.
Wow.
And then they would hand the baby back and get on their elevator like nothing happened. Like it's weird. But like,
wow, that's interesting. I never heard of that.
Yeah, for almost every instance of you can't be here, there was another instance of you are openly welcome, if not more.
Yeah.
So,
but
the world is not full of hate, which is nice.
No, it's not, man. It's not. At least that's what I see it. I see it like you see it too. It's not full of hate, and in some ways, I think it's a good idea to travel because it gives you some perspective on what's going on in our own country too. You see what I mean? Like back home, it gives you kind of new tools, right? Some advantages in how you see things. It's not good to be so locked in all the time in the micro. It's good to also be able to zoom back and see things from another perspective or a broader perspective, and traveling.
It shows you that this thing X can't work unless you do thing Y.
Yeah, exactly. Look, hold on. Hazel says, let me see. Jersey Mike says, I hope Trump meets the Grim Reaper soon. Okay, let me ask you this before I go, man. Did you vote for Trump or not? Let's just get to the gist. You said all that now I got to ask you the big question. Did you vote for Trump?
So the short answer is yes.
Last election?
Yes. And the only reason I did it was because I wanted to vote for an independent guy, but I knew my vote would have been wasted.
Okay.
And based on running, like what he was running on, Trump was more in line with what I wanted.
Based on what he was running on?
Based on what he was running on. He is not executed based on what he was running on.
There you go. Okay, I was about to ask you that. Yeah, so you know what, man? Let me tell you, I got a lot of respect for you. First of all, because I did ask for somebody that supported Trump, but this is, maybe you don't in the same way anymore or whatever, but you did it one time. That's interesting. But you weren't happy with his delivery. You don't think he executed what he said. And I'm gonna give you a lot of credit for just that one recognition. And the reason why I say that is because we have loads of people that voted for him, and no matter what, even if he doesn't deliver, they just still are like, he's great, trying to find, when we know things aren't great right now.
Is that tribalism?
Yeah, it's tribalism. It's the same thing. It is. And I'm not with it. You know what I mean? Like, I would
rather my tribe be with the people to the left and right of me than be to a person that will never hear my opinions.
Yeah, exactly, man. And we all have to be cautious about that, you know, because it's not about, to me, it's not about these political parties, what party you with and who you voted for one time, because things change, you know, and you should grow, and you're also allowed to change if you want to change. You know what I mean? That's called freedom, right? You got the freedom to do whatever you want. And I know some people that voted for Trump, even though I could not understand why, but some did.
Yeah, the only reason I picked him was because I didn't want to throw a vote away, and unfortunately, in my case, voting independent is exactly what you're doing. Which is why I was saying, like, with the whole Virginia thing, like, it should be based on the percentage of votes based on the number of seats that district gets. If 50% of one district vote independent and they get 2 seats, there should be 1 independent seat.
So you mean representation should be equal?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Right. Okay. So, okay.
Yeah, and we're not at a point in the country anymore where it's all based on like, oh, well, let me keep a paper ledger of how many people live in this county. Like, no, it's all digital now. There's no reason that it can't be that cut and dry.
I mean, I think, you know, the only issue I have with it is like I went over this like a couple of days ago. There's 2 aspects of what's happening now. You got of what goes on in the U.S. You got the federal level, and then you got the state level, right?
I'm only talking about state. Federal, okay. I can't really do much about.
The federal level, you got the electoral college, right? And that's designed to protect the minority, so they don't get totally ruled out of power, right? And then you have it can't be 51%. That's what it's based on. 51% shouldn't mean you can ignore minorities, whoever the minority is, right? It doesn't matter if we're talking about it doesn't matter what it is. If we're talking about votes, if you vote for 51% vote for Kamala Harris and 50% vote for Trump, you won't be able to ignore or 49% voted for Trump, you won't be able to completely ignore the 49%. So that's what they say it's there for, right? But with the redistricting or the districting, it's supposed to be designed that way too, right? To protect, because look, rural areas have less voters. They got less voters.
Yeah.
So, but
well, so I'm pretty sure that historically the point of the Electoral College was for newly freed African Americans and farmers.
The what?
Actually, I think at the time it was based on farmers.
I think Yeah, the first one, the districting is first based on I think it was first based on rural or something like that. Yeah,
rural areas.
Which you could call it farmers, but yeah, I guess because that's who would be out there, right? And it's based on city and farms, cities,
and that even rolls into like how I believe that politicians should be paid. I think you should be paid based on a percentage of your GDP, and if you want to make more money, you grow your area. You create jobs, you create or increase population, which increases GDP of whatever district you're in, and then all of a sudden, you as a politician are making more money. Because that's another weird thing for me, because you're a public service spot, so you shouldn't be in it for the money, but you have to be enticed to take the spot.
Okay, let me see. Why was
somebody actually mentioned that California would be raking in money, and I was like, well, it'd be a percentage of the GDP. It wouldn't be a massive amount. Silicon Valley would probably be the richest in the country, but
let me see something.
Because someone based it on the median income of the state or the district, which that rolls back into my thing on minimum wage. Yes, you should be able to live on the wage that you work, which honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, having 2 minimum wages wouldn't be terrible.
I mean, I'm not an expert.
That's a whole nother rabbit hole. But if you make the politician's paycheck based on minimum wage, they're just going to raise the minimum wage so they make more. So that doesn't work.
I mean, I think the minimum wage. I'm not really sure about it, but I just think overall, that's the issue. In the U.S., we're too used to we're used to having a broader inequality. You know, we're used to it, and so no matter how we do this, most of these things about the minimum wage and how we're going to do healthcare, all of it has something to do with us. The reason why we don't agree is because we believe in the concept of being more unequal. We believe in it. We sell an idea in the U.S. that homelessness is perfectly fine. If you're homeless, you're just homeless. And working. If you're working and homeless, that's just fine. And that, for some reason, it is not fine.
I will say, with the cost of rent, I would consider being homeless and working.
No.
I say that I'd probably make it 2 months and then be like, all right,
of course, man, because that's what of course, it's because homelessness is not just crashing on somebody's couch for a couple of weeks,
I mean living in a washing machine box, but
no. But I wanted to look at something, but then I gotta go here, y'all. I've been on here for a minute. It's like 4 hours.
It's late,
almost 5. Yeah, but let me see.
I said I wanted to be on for 20 minutes. Look how that turned out.
Exactly. But look, just for reference, Constitutional Foundation 1787. During the Constitutional Convention, the founders created a bicameral 2-chamber legislature. While the Senate gave equal power to every state, 2 senators each, the House of Representatives was designed to be the people's house. Article 1, Section 2, the Constitution mandated that the House seats be distributed among the states based on their population apportionment. However, the Constitution left a major loophole. It did not explicitly state how states had to choose those representatives. It only said that the states could regulate the times, places, and the manner of holding elections. The early chaos. At large versus districts. Because the Constitution was vague, the first few federal elections were an uncoordinated mess. States chose 2 completely different paths. The district systems. States like Virginia and Massachusetts divided their territory into geographic pieces, districts. Voters in each district chose 1 person to represent them. At-large systems. Other states like Pennsylvania and Georgia did not use districts at all. If a state was allotted 8 representatives, every voter in the entire state cast 8 votes. The top 8 vote getters statewide won the seats. Why at-large system failed? The at-large system quickly became weaponized by early political parties. If a political party held a slight majority statewide, 51%, the population, the party could sweep 100% of the state's congressional seats. This completely erased and silenced the geographic and political minorities living in the rural or dissenting parts of the state. 3. The shift to single member districts. To top this partisan manipulation and ensure stable representation, Congress stepped in. The defining turning point came with the Apportionment Act of 1842. Congress used its constitutional authority to officially ban at-large systems for the House, mandating that states must be divided into contiguous, physically connected geographical districts. Each district
what's the year for this? Is that
yeah? That's 1842.
We have population now where that should not be an issue.
Well, it's these things, this issue, this problem that they tried to fix in 1842. It spanned over 100 years.
Oh no, I'm saying the resolution to that was still based on a small population.
Yeah, I mean the populations have grown. It's true. The Congress,
I'm trying to the smallest example we've got is Kansas. It's either Kansas or Nebraska. It might actually be Alaska, but we don't have to worry about that anymore. Now the real issue is, are farmers getting the voice that they need to have?
Well, let's look at it. It depends. That's what I was getting at, because if you want to look at what the founding fathers intended, right? From what I read, they intended literally for a minority to not, for 51% to not mean you could wipe out 100%. So that means just
which is I'm going to say bicameral. So it's not that the 50% wiped out all of it. It's that two parties wiped out everything else.
No, I mean 51%. It doesn't matter what party. If you got 51% of the vote, it means you can't just ignore the other 49%.
They kind of do that now.
No, but this is what I'm saying is this is what the law was designed to do. So look,
originally, or is this the alter? This is the adjustment.
We're literally reading what the founding fathers were thinking and why they made adjustments. They made adjustments because people were getting lost in it. What happened before? Right. So
where we're at now is the adjustment.
Yeah, where we're coming up is the adjustment in 1852, exactly 1842. So the turning point of that was Congress used its constitutional authority to officially ban the at-large system for the House, mandating that states must be divided into contiguous, physically connected geographical districts. Each district could elect only one representative, single-member districts. Subsequent laws like the Apportionment Act of 1872 added the requirement that districts must contain as nearly equal number of inhabitants as practicable. Right? Damn. Okay.
Sucks sometimes.
Yeah, I hate that word. 3 main reasons districting was created. The principle of localism. In 18th and 19th centuries, the U.S. was a sprawling agrarian nation with poor communication infrastructure. The founders believed that a representative could not effectively advocate for a community unless they actually lived there, understood the local economy, e.g., coastal fishing and inland farming, and answered directly to the neighbors. Districting guaranteed that every geographical pocket had a voice in Washington, preventing tyranny of the majority. The political parties grew. Districting was legally enforced to protect political minorities. By breaking states down into smaller geographical zones, it ensures that even if a party lost a statewide vote, they could still win districts where their supporters were concentrated. Managing population growth. The founders originally capped districts at no more than one representative for every 30,000 citizens. As Americans' population exploded, drawing districts became the only orderly way to keep track of population shifts. Eventually, Permanent Apportionment Act of 1929 capped the total number of the House seats at 435. Since then, districting is no longer about adding new seats, but reshaping existing lines every 10 years. So here's the thing.
So I'm looking at it now in the 1860s, because I searched based on the question that I asked. The average population per district was 122,000 people. Now it's 761,000 people.
Yeah. Yeah.
The districts do not need to be what they are now.
Well, here's the thing. This is what I'm finding more interesting about this, is that all the way through this, from the beginning to the end, right? From 1787, right? All the way up. They kept making changes to make sure that people's voices wouldn't be drowned out.
Yeah, and I've had this hypothesis since I was in high school, but government has to evolve based on the size of the population. So, like in a Native American compound, communism works because they don't have anywhere else to go. It's small enough; everybody has to help each other out. As it grows, it evolves into something else. And then as that grows, it evolves into something else. And then as it grows, it keeps evolving.
What do you mean by communism? What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm at its purest form, the chief is the end all be all of a I'm talking pre-European colonization Native American compound.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. You just mean, yeah. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, not what it is now. Well, I guess it's kind of similar.
Yeah.
Whereas one guy gets a deer. All right, you family, you get this leg. You family, you get this leg. You get this lung. It worked then because you were only that works in smaller numbers. Then you have to evolve into socialism. Then you have to evolve into something, whatever your secondary frame is. But the government has to evolve over time with the growing population, which means that at some point, America will grow past the effectiveness of capitalism too.
I mean, it's grown past it, man. It's like, it's.
I think we're on the outer fringe for sure.
Yeah, we're on the outer fringe because, well, maybe not capitalism, but this level of extreme capitalism, it's not healthy, because
I actually might have misspoke because capitalism is an economic forum. Right. It's not a governing forum.
See, yeah, exactly. See, I my personal view is that competition is what generates a power. It's competition.
Oh, for sure.
Right.
I love watching two dudes fight for something.
Yeah. So I don't have an issue with you work. You're more effective at let's say two people have the same job, but one person's more effective. Should they get paid more? Yeah. Because they're more effective, basically, right? Whatever it is they're doing, they're producing more at the end. So you have to reward that, right? To keep generating that force, to keep people striving to do better and better and better, right? But you have to reward them for what they get, for what they do, right? So if everyone got paid the same, no matter how much they produced, no one would want to work. You know what I mean? And so you're not generating as much force then, right? So you have to reward extra ability, right? Now I just think the issue is that now that it's been driven so much, right? Now we're forgetting that, wait a second, we're forgetting about the bare minimums. We're acting like people don't need clean water when they're at work. We're acting like people shouldn't have a dignified work environment. We're acting like people shouldn't be, like, if you work all day to pay your bills and then you go home, let's say the idea is that we want to produce more American families. We want more Americans to thrive, right? To produce families. We need people, right? Well, if you don't have any time to spend with your kids, how are you raising your family?
I totally understand that.
You know what I mean? So there has to be a point where we're saying, yeah, we're rewarding productivity, but at the same time, we're recognizing there's a space that we also need to protect for people too, because that's the incubator, that's the part where you're starting at. And that's a sensitive area for people to be in. And then that, if we don't take care of that area, then we're going to lose workers. We're going to lose contributors to society. You know what I mean? And I just think we turn our back on a lot of Americans, man. And for me, it's not about race or color. It's just about we're turning our backs on a lot of Americans.
I'll say you said that you got to get off pretty soon.
Yeah, I got to get off now, man. As a matter of fact, I got to get off now. But go ahead.
I'd be willing to get on with you at some other point in time. I saw a video that was a relatively far right leaning guy saying that he blamed feminism for where the the cost of living now, because it basically exposed capitalism to a dual income household, which I think that's a very simple-minded way to look at it. And then everybody focused on that comment rather than focusing on the fact that now people realize that there are two people working in a household, we can charge more.
I mean, I just think it's like, yeah, maybe
I don't
that's
think feminism did it,
maybe yeah. Well, but maybe that's what I just think it's even worse than that now, man. I just think now we're just leaning more towards exploiting people. Like whether it's single, whether it's dual parent household or single, the thing is that it still needs to be dignified, like on a basic level. It still needs to have the bare minimums in it, because you need these people, and that's the thing. It's just about need. Maybe some people are more productive as single parents. Maybe some people are more productive as co-parenting, but freedom gives you the right to do both. Whatever works, right? It's not always going to work together. Let's say people don't produce kids that way. Let's say you get married and you live with someone. Sure, that's a great thing. You live with them, you have children, you're married, and you stay that way for the rest of your life. But what happens if something doesn't go right? What happens then? Are you forced to? What happens if anyone could say, yeah, but if you do things the right way, it won't matter. But everyone doesn't always do things the right way. So what's the backup plan? The backup plan is supposed to work out too, right?
And that's the root of all my beliefs, is you should have the freedom to make that decision on your own.
Yeah, because even if you
shouldn't be forced into it by any situation, whether it's the government, whether it's whatever economy things got going on.
Because I just don't think you can determine the ends. It's the same thing with health. It's the same thing with the accident. If you let's say you let's talk about single homes again. A lot of times we like to talk about it ideologically, but things don't work out that way all the time ideologically. What about if you become a single mom because the father got ran over by a truck on his way to work?
I can absolutely become a single mom.
You know what I'm saying? What about that single mom? What about that single dad? What about if the mom got then what do? Who accounts for those people? You know what I mean? And then there's so many more examples of how you could become single. So why don't we have a backup plan for those people? Why don't we just have it to where no matter if you're a dual parent home or a single one, the kid is okay.
And that's something I actually tell people that I work with a lot. You can't make rules for all of the exceptions, but you can make the rules pliable for exceptions. So instead of making rules for the exceptions, you make exceptions to the rules. So make it rigid enough for everybody else, but make it flexible enough for the one-offs.
Yeah.
Well, not one-offs, but
make it flexible enough, and again, it's about freedom, right? So the people who pay the taxes, aren't they the persons that should, shouldn't your freedom come into play somehow? Shouldn't it work? But don't get me wrong. These are theoretical things people have to decide for themselves. They got to decide, do they want to live in a country like that or not? I myself, I want to live in a country to where, sure, being together, like even where I am, I'm a single father, right? Even though I'm very close to the mom, right? And we have a good relationship, right? But my kids come and see me, they stay at my place, and when they're at their mom's place, they stay at her place, right? But the thing is that if we were together, we would save a whole lot more money. If we were together, some things might be easier, right? But then again, you need the option to not be.
Yeah, it's just not viable for everybody.
If it doesn't, if for some reason it's not going to be viable or something doesn't work out, then you need the opportunity to not only have to have it that way, because that could be bad too. That could be bad for different reasons. You never know, So at
that point, you got to consider the kids.
You got to consider the kids' happiness first, right? And you gotta consider your, just whatever. You need options. You just need options, and
it needs to be flexible.
Yeah, and things might change, and you never know how they change. They could change one way, they could change another way. But if you want useful people, then they need to have the freedom to find out where they're most useful at too, And so that's what I mean. Like, if you become single one day, let's say you're you're loved at your job and you do a great job, and it's hard to find people like you at this job. Well, what about if all of a sudden the co-parent dies, and now the parent has all the duties to one parent? So how is that going to affect you at work? Does your job, because now you take on all these extra duties, is there any support there? Or does the job just lose an effective employee too? So these things kind of connect. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're not constant, but they are something that have to be considered.
Yeah, they got to be considered because they affect each other. So do you help to make sure that the single parent is still able to do things smoothly, so when they go to work they can still be effective at work? Or do you just say, doesn't matter, and watch the employee's life just slowly, like their quality, and that person just,
something has to give somewhere over time.
Yeah, it's a choice though. It is a choice. But I would prefer something consistent where everybody can show up for longevity at work. Instead of a lifestyle that's totally stressed out and people are just, that's going to kill people, man. What the average, I got to go, but what the average, what it comes down to is quality of life and how long you can live and what that's expected to be. And so if the quality of life is going down and the average year of life is going down too, something can't be right. Something's got to be worked out. You know what I mean? You can't be living less. Your life expectancy rate shouldn't be less than other countries, right? It should be comparable, and the quality should be comparable, at least somehow comparable. And when you look at the U.S., when you really look at the U.S., right? Let's say the U.S. has the top economy. It does. The EU has the second top economy, right? And these people have traded with each other for a long time, right? Now, it's going to come a time where maybe where you're going to have to make some changes to insulate, right? And let's talk about the Western society. What are Western societies going to do if they break apart?
Western societies historically go to war.
Yeah, Western societies, if they break apart, what is that going to do for their life expectancy, quality of life?
It drops drastically. They usually go to war over it.
That's what I mean. The whole world goes to war over this shit, So we need to be finding ways to, to kind of maximize our potential and also maximize our productivity, right? And but that means working with our human resources, because at number one, that's who our society is based on. It's not based on machines. It's not based on computers. It's based on the people, and how well they're doing in connection with all those other facets of life, right? So I just think we got to find a way to make sure that we're preserving ourselves the best way we know how, and delivering something that makes our citizens happy, giving our citizens a reason to vote, a reason to contribute to society, and to feel happy about it, because if people aren't feeling happy, what do? They don't vote. That's sad. They don't look after each other. They everything just goes.
I would say
down.
That's even worse than not voting.
Yeah, they just everything just goes down from there. You know what I mean? And we depend on that. We're social beings. We live in groups. you know. So we depend on things working smoothly and people being happy. You know, that's a big part of working together, people feeling happy and stuff. And so, yeah, hopefully we get in there, man. I believe the U.S. is going to turn around, but I think it's Americans. We got to do some introspective thinking, and we need to do it. Fuck the billionaires. I'm not saying that they should be condemned, but everybody else needs to do some introspective thinking, you know, about who we are as a people and what we want to which direction we want to move in as a people. Because right now I don't see it, man. I saw an African American cemetery be desecrated. Did you know why?
That's wild.
And they wrote Trump and DeSantis on it. Why?
So the thing that kills me about that is the second word in African American.
Well, I mean, it's just a term. You know what I mean? To me, I'm still an American.
It should. Yeah, though, like the thing that kills me is it shouldn't matter what comes first. Like,
it shouldn't.
European American, white American.
It don't matter.
You're still an American.
American is American, man. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, and it's just a term. Terms aren't perfect. But it's just a way to just be able to know who we're talking about or what the, you know, context might be at that time, you know, but we still Americans.
That should just give me a little bit of insight to possibly who you are.
Yeah, that's it. It don't tell you everything. It's just a little type of, you know, dynamic to it. So, but when I saw that cemetery desecrated, I just thought, what is the purpose here? What would the purpose be? There's no purpose.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
You gotta respect. You gotta have boundaries. You need to respect certain things.
Yeah, and we're not gonna get better like that. We're not gonna get better that way. That's like, nah, man. It's also too much stress because every, like you said, European American every European American isn't the same. Every European American, you know, you see what I mean?
But they are still American.
But they're still
European American, African American, Asian American.
Exactly. And when we do these kind of things, it's like we become splintered, man. We're doing too much splintering off, and it's a lot of baggage for people to carry around with them, man. We shouldn't have that extra baggage, you know, to walk around. You shouldn't have to walk around ashamed of who you are, ashamed of what you look like, and you shouldn't have to carry the baggage of everybody else that's an idiot either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
and nor should I shame you for being something else.
Yeah, exactly. Or because we really not really that different. Anyway, we're not really different. You know what I mean? So, you know, we shouldn't, we have to find ways to like just find ways to become more accepting as Americans. But we will learn, man. We will learn as long as we keep having good conversations and want. I think the main thing is wanting things to be better will make things be better.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. So I appreciate you for hopping up, man. No worries.
Yeah.
I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you got me on Discord. If you ever got a lull or no one wants to nut up and talk.
Yep. Yeah.
Shoot me a message if I'm available.
I'll do that. No problem. Appreciate you.
Yes,
all
sir.
right, everybody. Listen, I'm out for the day. I got to be out of here. I appreciate everybody for hopping up. And wow, that was a cool discussion. It was interesting. You know, I didn't know where it was going, and we didn't have any particular conversation we were going to have. But at the end of the day, it's just about Americans being American and what can we do to try to turn things around. You know, so I really actually liked the convo, and you know, that's the only way things do get better, when people talk to each other. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate that. Let me look in the chat now. I saw a lot of dissenting opinion too in the chat. Don't worry. I was reading some of the comments. Some people dissented against my comments and vice versa, you know. But to me, overall, we were coming from a similar place, you know. So I like that part. Glad I found this live. Hope to see more. Oh, there you go, Phonetics. I appreciate that. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to be a good host. That was also a good compliment, a wonderful compliment I got. You know, that the guy who stepped up here said it was the conversation is different over here. So that's why it's different, and that's what I want to get people to how I want to get people to join in, by just being respectful. You know, sometimes I gotta yeah. But if you hop up, you know, and you're a decent person, we're gonna have a good conversation. You know, no matter if we have some differences or not. You know, and I'm also not perfect. Sometimes I change my opinions based on what I hear, and it might not be right away, but it could be later. You know, and then I come back later and I talk about how I may have changed my opinion now because of someone I talked to or something like that. So, or something that I learned. You know, it's important to be flexible too, to not be so rigid because yeah, if you too rigid, you might come across some new information and you might just completely ignore something that could be really, really valuable, you know. So let me see here. Hazel Flash says, still can't forgive people like that for voting for this catastrophic shit show we're in. But listen, that election already happened in 24. So anybody that has a different thought now I think is worth it, you know. It's worth it because it's about where we're going to go. The mistakes already been made, obviously. But people need opportunities to grow too. And listen, the guy, he voted for Trump, but guess who's going to vote for Trump again? Let me just remind you who's going to vote for Trump. So there are some differences. One person is just said Trump didn't do it for me. I voted for him. Oops, he didn't do what I liked. Hey, that to me, that says a whole lot. And then you have this group right here.
Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy.
Now, I didn't hear
Trump,
I didn't hear him call Donald Trump his daddy. So he's already off in the right direction. Nobody calling Trump their daddy up here, man. You know? But I understand because I would have never voted for Trump. Myself, I would have never. Not only would I not call Trump my daddy, but he would never get my vote. And the reason why is because I kind of saw him a mile away. You know, I just saw it as, listen, man, this guy is a billionaire. There's no way in hell I'm voting for a billionaire. I don't give a damn what his name is. That's how I looked at it. Like, and then on top of the billionaire thing, then it was stuff like this.
Beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the.
I'm sorry.
You can do anything.
I'm too woke. I'm too woke. I cannot play games with women. I cannot play games with women's struggle too. You know, they struggled also. You know, they had their own struggle. You know what I mean? They couldn't vote. You know, they couldn't own property. You see what I'm saying? They got their right to vote after even African American men. Black American women got their right to vote after. So I'm not messing around playing any jokes about women and how they have it. Now they have to deal with a lot of hoops and things like that. And I'm not trying to disrespect them like that. I'm a grown ass man and I'm not going to be saying things like that. I don't believe you can just grab them. I don't, you know, and especially given the background of Trump and Epstein, definitely you can't say things like that, you know. So I wish more people took that serious, but who knows? Maybe more people will take it serious now, you know, and that's the main thing. And we got to be willing. Also, the left, there's some things on the left I don't like shit, man. I think there might be a reckoning with AIPAC on the left. There might be a reckoning with Dems. I'm a Democrat, but there might be a reckoning with AIPAC on there somehow. It may not be the only problem, but, you know, it just seems like the people of America are not feeling Israel right now. And that somehow is going to have to play into the voters and how they see AIPAC. So if I was on the right, if I was a politician on the right or the left or independent or whatever, I would be cautious right now and I would be reflecting deeply because Americans aren't cool with a lot of things right now, but that's one of them they're starting to review. So on that note, we'll see how that goes. I appreciate everybody. Yo, I'll be back not long. I'll be back in 8 hours from now, right? I'll be back 8 hours from now. So I'm going to catch up with everybody for my next stream today. I appreciate everyone. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And we're going to keep the conversation going. So on that note, I'll see you all in a few. All right. 1. Yes, 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 yes. Let's make America more fair for Americans. All right. Let's go. See ya.
What's necessary, the necessary ingredients. But we do. Check it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Orientation in this place we call Earth. Love from conception, from your mom, your birth. Pops planted the seed in the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. Before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what your life. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, don't let it. What? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. Check it. We embark on this journey through your soul. You wanna have a good time. That you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. What? We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want.
Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope ride. edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hit the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your adult pride. I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. And here adult pride. I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep tell so me just relax, and just hear my don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax, and just hear my don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat, just relax.
Wrote this one cause I love you and I want you to love me too, girl.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. I love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love. Just love the way you love. I love the way I love you.
You my TRL, I'm looking at you. The look in my eye, you can tell that I wanna know you, better yet show you that I treat you right, this I owe ya. The feelings I feel are not obscene. It's no secret I'll go in public and scream. I'll LOV you, my baby girl. The feeling's so true, we can make our own world. We were made for each other, I feel like you love. We had a child, we be father and mother. There ain't no other I'd rather spend my time with. This love can endure anything that splits. If it wasn't legit, you wouldn't hear it. I could never be confused by your spirit. We just take it still a rollie cause we both know what we do. I'm in LOV with you.
I just want to love.
Baby girl,
love the way you love.
Love me.
Love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to.
Hey.
I want to love.
Oh,
love the way you love.
Love me.
The way I love you.
I love you, girl. Just relax. 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 Hold your hand when we in town. protect this love, even in the underground. Joy to God, eating brunch on a blanket. This God that granted us these days, I thank it. It's no wonder why I'm comfortable with you. It's all the simple things for me that you do. When you rub my back, it's feeling so nice. Much more than Reunity and ice. It's about the kindness I can see in your face, and the way it's at the right time and place. No other woman I'd rather spend my time with. This love is so fresh I can taste.
I just want to love the way you love the way I love.
I love you.
I just want to love the way you love.
It's about you.
Love the way I love you.
I love you. Just relax, 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 just relax. L-O-V-U, my G-R-L. What? It's like that.
MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds, open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to